Do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance?
here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 I can help you out.
Follow all of the instructions and good luck to all of you because $100, that's going to be more money for you to spend on those immortal caches.
Yep, and if you want to increase your chances of winning, you can actually get extra entries by following One Esports on our social media, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter at One Esports. And whenever you share our posts, remember to use the hashtag OneDota2 to get that sweet emblem on Twitter and to keep up to date with all our actions, updates, and our live streams.
I actually cannot wait for this game. I'm very sorry, I'm a bit hyped.
Yeah, I think most of us want to stay through this entire game.
Yeah, but you know, there's still, I think One Esports has been really generous, right? We've been giving out a lot of stuff, and not to forget, we're also selling some One Esports merchandises. If you want this Alchemist t-shirt, you want those cute label pins, you want some hoodies, face masks, and mugs, everything related to Dota and One Esports, do hop on over to shop.oneesports.gg and use the code CDOTA10 for some discounts. And trust me, you'll get some MMR and you'll get some ultra rare treasures, or maybe the cosmically rare Aegis emblem if you are that lucky.
If you are that lucky, right? That is the big question. There is an answer to one of our questions. When is the draft happening? Right now. The draft is now live. So let's hop in and see what we're going to be picked up on either side. And Mirana.
Are we going to see the Mirana?
I was going to say maybe the Mirana Immortal, right?
Yeah. That's going to be
the ultra rare Mirana, yes.
It's so honestly, I love it. Yeah.
Japanese inspired.
Like most of the post-4 players, they will want to get this. Trust me, they'll be spending so much money just to get a Mirana.
Yeah, and guess what? We said this yesterday, right after the T1 game, that Boom is gonna ban out IO first phase. And there we go. They were like, I don't want to deal with IO anymore.
You know what's surprising though? So yesterday we got priority bans on Nature's Prophet and Beastmaster, and if you take a look at the first phase, we haven't seen either of them getting banned out. So is this maybe some kind of setup, or are they maybe wanting the opponent to pick up these two heroes? Or do you feel like maybe they're starting to phase out of the meta?
I don't think they phase out, but it's more like priority bans right now, because compared to having instead of having 4 bans in one phase, now you only get you get half of the value. So you only have 4 heroes being banned out in the first phase. You just have to pick your choices now.
Speaking about priority, I'm very surprised that Boom is what they take out the Enchantress. Like this hero, we have seen it a lot, but not very impactful throughout the entire league. I guess they are just respecting Cascade a lot. Yeah, they're respecting Marsh a lot and trying to just respect ban his heroes.
Yeah.
But his Phoenix is still in the pool. Like we say, Beastmaster is still in the pool as well.
Yeah,
Synergize really well with the Mirana, so TSC, they definitely have their choices open right now.
Yeah, I think this new ban sequence is going to... a lot of those teams are going to take a lot of time to get used to this ban sequence.
Yeah.
So Jakiro, we saw Jakiro yesterday.
Yeah.
RR played that, and
also there's an Immortal for him as well.
Oh yeah.
We might be seeing a full Immortal lineup for TNC.
The
showing
full
off
collector cash, right?
Yeah.
Full collector cash for TNC.
I mean, why not? Have you seen the level, like the battle pass levels on some of these guys? I swear all the pro players have such high levels on their battle passes.
Yeah, most of them, if they're generous, they have like thousands of levels, especially the Chinese players.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're crazy in terms of battle pass levels.
Exactly. So I love seeing the cosmetics for our players because they get some good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, Rubik has made a return.
We haven't seen these heroes of so long.
Yeah, one of my favorite hero, and I've always been wanting to see Rubik being picked, because he's a denied pick. He denies. He makes you second guess some of the heroes that you want to pick, right? Like for example, your Earthshaker, your Bane, your Enigma, all those heroes with good skills that the Rubik can steal. And more importantly, Rubik is a really strong laner and is effective throughout the entire game. So to see Rubik being picked up is definitely a plus for me.
Yeah, and most of the time Rubik is a very good blind pick as well, because if you don't want to reveal anything, you can always pick Rubik. And Rubik in most of the games, he's always going to be good.
Yeah.
Especially you have an Ice Path to steal in this game. That's gonna be the most priority spell that Rubik is eyeing on.
Absolutely. So just a question for the Vengeful Spirit. Are we looking at this as a potential flex pick here? Because I know you two are not fans of 2 support picks.
I mean, it still could be a 5, right? Rubik, you play Rubik as a 4, you put the Venge as 5, but it's still flexible. You can flex it to like the post 2 or post 3. It really depends, but it can also be a premonition where this team wants to run a range lineup, right? Your range core like Medusa, Terrorblade, which TNC took out in the second ban phase.
Yeah, TNC is really smart right now. They are banning all the carry heroes that work really well with Venge. The only thing I don't like about Venge and Rubik opening is that these 2 heroes are the backlines heroes, so you have to have FBZ on a hero that offers you tankiness, offers you initiation. So FBZ is going to have a really hard game this game. He has to do a lot of stuff to enable his supports, to enable his cores. Whereas if you look at TNC, they're pretty solid so far. You have the chain stun, you have some kind of elusiveness, tankiness on Jakiro too.
I feel like a Mars or a Mars Centaur. FBZ played the Centaur, and I think Boom did play Mars before. We've definitely seen Mars in this tournament, and I think Mars should also be picked a bit more often, right? Because Mars does provide a lot of utility and a lot of frontline potential, especially in week 2 where Snapfire and Mars were like the big thing. Snapfire, Mars, and Gyro. But TNC also plays that hero, so we might see on TNC as well.
Especially when you're playing Venge, right? You want to be fighting, taking all these standstill fight, and Mars Arena of Blood basically give you all that.
Yeah.
For allowing your carry to just stand there and deal damage.
The Weaver ban coming from TNC, just all the range cores being banned out. Yeah, essentially there's not too much, unless Boom wants to fall back to the Draw Ranger, which I think we saw in EU. They started to pick up Draw Ranger a bit. Not too prominent in Southeast Asia yet. Draw was never a big pick in Southeast Asia,
never,
to be honest.
Yeah, it was a very rare pick.
Yeah, a few years ago, Chinese region has been running it quite a lot. I think because of a Wraith Band buff. So Draw Ranger is kind of back.
Do you know who I always think of when I think of Venge Draw Ranger? New Esports. I think they were one of the only teams that still run it. Not recently, but I think historically speaking, yeah, they've been comfortable and they've run it before, but I'm not sure about Boom.
They ran the Draw Ranger mid, I remember, but that was like a year ago.
Yeah.
When the ultimates still give you aura, right?
Yeah. When everyone was just running this Draw Venge and you just death ball down at lane. It's kind of like the Zoom meta, but without the summons.
And Mars.
There we go.
So tick all the boxes, tankiness, frontline, initiation as well, counter initiation too. I think Boom right now they have to eye on a carry that can really utilize the Venge. I think TA comes to mind.
Gyrocopter wouldn't be too bad for Boom. I think it's still kind of okay.
I think Gyro sounds really good here. They probably need that early game burst as well. I mean, Venge, not so bad, helps with the right clicks. Rubik, not really there for damage until higher levels. Mars is okay, but you need follow-up, so Gyro sounds pretty good. Are there any other early game heroes we could be seeing for Mikoto?
Well, I think for Mikoto is TA. I don't know if he wants to pick the Invoker. It's been quite a while.
SF is pretty good here.
Yeah,
looking at the Wasp Spirit, I think you want to have a counter pick here and try to force TNC to put the Wasp Spirit to your off lane, because you don't really want Wasp Spirit off lane, right? It doesn't give you too much of tankiness.
Yeah, the SF Venge is always deadly. You have so much minus armor. You can essentially just force your support with your right clicks if you get like max souls.
Speaking of ranged carries, there is still the Morphling in the pool.
Oh yeah, the Morphling's still in. Queen of Pain, another good hero with the Venge. Just so much harassment, right? So much potential for Boom Esports to just start running at TNC. And also a big improvement compared to yesterday, because it looks like they've got more mixed forms of damage. It's not locked behind all that physical damage like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, the TA Ursa.
Yeah.
It looks really good and powerful on the paper, but when it comes to execution, if they just couldn't find a chance to hit people, all the imagination damage just go.
Imaginary damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if they have the Queen of Pain, maybe they could consider the Ursa again, like an Ursa Lone Druid. At this point, any melee cores is fine because you have the Queen of Pain, right? You don't need to go all in on that range. Someone that's melee, that's tanky, that can take fights alongside the Mars is kind of good enough for Boom Esports.
You know who we haven't actually spoken about at all? The Troll Warlord's still in the pool.
Yeah, the troll for Boom is
Fits melee, fits range, quite reliable as well. We've got the Venge to save as well.
He'd love to fight in the arena. It's like the perfect spot. Like you cannot drag him out.
I mean, I think he's supposed to live in the arena, right? Just constantly yelling, "This is Sparta."
This is playground. This is his playground.
Yep.
Oh, Spectre pick from TNC. Are we going to see a Metal Hammer Spectre or Blade Mail Spectre, I think?
Even the Helm of the Dominator Spectre, just to replace the Necrobolt to power farm, right? And I think Helm of the Dominator on Spectre is not just because of the power farm. You can get like the Hellbear and Hellbear or Alpha Wolf, and it really just speeds up your farming in the jungle.
Yeah, I was looking for some kind of new patch element, and until the Spectre finally we see it. Something that can make use of drums, make use of the Hell of Dominator.
You just want to see Blade Mail, don't you?
I want
Blade Mail is
to
so
see
good, right?
Hammer actually.
Like back then, Spectre will always build Blade Mail, and you just don't want to hit the Spectre. And I think now is a good time to build Blade Mail on Spectre again.
If you build the Blade Mail, that's got to be an early game fighting Spectre, right?
Yeah,
not the traditional farming spec.
Not only he helps you to fight, he also helps you to farm right now. Because Blade Mail is becoming after the change,
it has a
it's
passive
becoming
effect, right?
Yeah,
You just
become a farming item.
You just tank the jungle camp. Your dispersion is going to help you with that. Your jungle camp dies on its own. So the Blade Mail is a super good item on Spectre. She has pretty decent talent as well, but Midas Spectre is not something that you see like almost ever because it just doesn't provide anything for Spectre. So I think the Blade Mail drums is a viable option, or like the Diffuser Blade Mail. Anything that allows the Spectre to fight early is good right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Right, so we're just looking at our bans here. No Ursa, says TNC. They saw that yesterday, so taking that out of the pool. Tidehunter, surprisingly enough, taken out. So Boom looking to actually shut down potential KP heroes if they're going to be last picking for KP. Although we could see him playing the Void Spirit if they decide to go for a flex.
Yeah, I think...
are they just trying to avoid team fights here? Any big counter initiations like that Tidehunter Ravage?
Yeah, I think
other?
Tidehunter has been quite popular to pair with this kind of hard carry, because you can take your fights really well with the Ravage and you force the opponent to not be really aggressive on you because of the threat of the Ravage. Yeah. So that's a pretty good ban, I think.
I think Boom Esports has not found success with Tide just yet. Like yesterday, FBZ played both Tide and Centaur, and both the games were pretty bad for him. But you can't blame him, right? I think second game where he played Centaur was just painful to watch. The whole team fell apart. The Centaur got chased down by Alpha Wolf and all this.
I mean, Miracle was just walking his dog. It's just, you know, he just leaves the house, starts killing people.
Yeah, need to put a leash on the Alpha Wolf.
No, I think he did, it just didn't quite work apparently. Alright, so Viper being taken out. I know you two are very big on Viper coming back, but we won't be seeing that one at all.
Yeah, Viper just destroys Spectre. Spectre haunts in, Viper gets the Nether Toxin, and Spectre just dies.
This is the benefit of having two bans at the last phase, because you can now have two bans to protect your winning condition, which is the Spectre. So I love how TNC is using their bans and picks right now. The sequence is really nice.
And it also, Viper also works well with the Venge, so you kill two birds with one stone, with that final ban. But Boom is probably looking at that offlaner right now.
Yeah, then that's something that can out-carry the Spectre or actually push the game fast enough to end before Spectre comes online.
Yeah. I think they need to ban out that. I think they can ban a Centaur, which isn't too bad. TNC also plays the Enigma. Oh, Beastmaster ban, okay.
Instantly DK pick.
Wow, okay, so where is this DK going? Middle, off lane?
They can still flex around.
Yeah.
Yeah, depends on what Boom Esports carry is here, and then they'll maybe switch around, get themselves a better off-lane matchups or better mid matchups.
Because DK into Queen of Pain is okay. He's not going to die. He's not going to die easily. He has a Dragon's Blood, right? You just need to constantly ship up tangles, and then you'll be fine in the lane. But Void Spirit at the same time, it can also deal with the Queen of Pain. Boom, they'll get their hands on the spark.
Yeah, and now they want to put a DK mid for sure.
Yeah, now they really want the DK mid.
Right, so how does Slark round up this draft here for Boom Esports? Are they looking to try and finish up the game before that Spectre hits critical mass?
We talked about this before, right? We saw the Slug into Spectre, and I think Slug is still good into Spectre. And because of the Echo Saber changes that you can build into a Silver Edge, it's so much better right now. It's a direct answer to Spectre.
I'm liking this Slug pick. I don't think TNC has much in taking down the Slug, as long as Vanch is always there with the swap save.
Yeah,
I think he should be fine, and they want the long fights as well.
Yeah.
And TNC wants that too, so I think
perfect for Slug.
Yeah, it's a good, very good platform for Slug to shine this game.
You break the Spectre, you break the DK, 2 birds with 1 stone.
I have to break both of you now. Predictions.
I'm liking what Boom is doing. I'm giving them another chance. I think this draft is gonna work out with better than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, same. I like the draft. I like the Slug last pick.
2 for Boom?
2 for Boom, I guess.
All right, double Boom on the panel. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're going to jump into our first game of the afternoon. We're going to throw it over to our casters as well. Lyrical and Winter, take it away for our first game.
Thank you so much, Danny, and the wonderful panel out there. You guys are doing a great job. Man, Winter, we have a Slark last pick, and I was thinking to myself, are they going to do something funky? And yes, indeedy doody, Makoto's playing Slark, because Armel is already on the Dragonite. We'll see how that works out. A lot on the line, but how you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, sir. I'm fine, sir. Slark is great, Spectre, sir.
You're such a clown, I love it. Yeah, it's interesting. And you know, the panel's talking about the changes that we saw, Echo Saber now in the Silver Edge. It feels really nice to play that out. I want to see how the lanes actually work out, because there's a lot that they can potentially do shenanigans-wise. So let's get ready to hop on into this game. Ladies and gentlemen, TNC facing off against Boom Esports. Let's go into it right now. And there we go. The lovely, lovely pictures of the players as we switch off the black screen and back over to us. Hello again. Don't worry, we're going to commentate all of this by radio for all you people out there, because that's how it ends up working. But yeah, some cool things to watch for. You can tell us a little bit about what the heroes are playing on, Winter, where you're anticipating people going. Are there any lanes you're really concerned about for either team?
Well, Slug is a huge problem for Radiant, for sure. He counters, at least 2 of their cores, the Spectre and the Dragonite, and he's also great at removing all the disables with the Dark Pact. This is an all-around great 22nd pick here. They have a solid draft around him, a Queen of Pain, Mars, they have Teamfight, they have Save on the bench. So yeah, they have a lot of things going on for this Slug to be successful this game. Whereas for the Radiant team, they have to try to hit their timings with the Dragonite and Jakiro, push down the towers, and allow the Spectre the room to farm. I don't think the game can go so late for them if the Spectre is against the Slug.
Yeah, that feels like just a recipe for disaster. Granted, there might be some weird timings going on. I want to see what build the Spectre ends up going for. Right now, Gabby actually has a Helm of the Dominator queued up. Curious if that's what he goes through with
Helm of Dom?
So he's got queued, man. I don't know. You tell me. Why is he thinking about that? Is that a thing?
I haven't tried it. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I feel like this game he has to go like a Manta Diffusal. I think I like that against the Slug. You burn his mana. Like, the more I think about it, the late game, it kind of feels like it's gonna go both ways. The Spectre against the Slug, depending on how you itemize and what items your teammates have. Because the Dagger is also pretty good against the Slug in the early mid game. So you can see him and he doesn't regen in the fights.
That is a nice part of the play, at least, something that you can do. And obviously one of the things that can't be dispelled in this game, which is going to be good to use against him. As far as the early goings go here, though, you can see Makoto's just going to have a pretty nice time against Armel, I imagine, once he gets levels up. Breathe Fire, I guess, is sort of annoying to deal with.
The lane is definitely still very favorable for him. He's gonna get an all Venom after this, and then I think once you get level 3, and you have another point in your Essence Shift, it's gonna be very hard for the DK. And bot lane Gabby is taking a huge amount of beating. He's gonna have to ferry a lot more regen to this lane. They both started out with the ring of regen. I guess this is the new norm right now. It's an efficient item to get in the lane.
1.5 HP regen, just keep it going the entire time. There's been a lot of harass down there.
I've seen some people go for 2, you know, they start off with 2 rings.
Really?
Yeah, just for the regen in the lane.
It's so weird. It's like, has anybody just heard of tangos? Like, can everybody stop trying to be so cute about it? Just get some tangos.
Do the math though, I think this is more cost efficient. Like say if you're trying to buy something that uses the ring, I think it could be just an efficient item for you to start off with. Like if you're a support, if you're planning to get tranquil boots, the ring is there for you.
That's true. I feel like it's funny that these items that are, you know, meant to build up into things are sort of, you know, replacing the natural regen that we'd normally be getting. But you know, that's how it goes. Dota 2 things. You can see not really that much action. I have a feeling that Tim's wanted to play Mirana because he got the set, the ultra rare there.
He wanted to play Mirana.
Yeah, man. Do you not think so?
He's a fun hero. Can't argue with that. Shoot arrow, land arrow, jump around. You can demand farm because you're a Mirana as a support.
Right. You're just taking it away from the enemies. Oh, he got both of those. That was nice.
Yeah.
Messing with Dreamocell up here. Look at this guy. He's a monster.
They have to make sure they block this cam off against the Mirana. Right, the Venge is gonna do that. But Venge support in this lane, I mean, it feels a bit difficult for him to fight the Mirana. And I also feel like this hero tends to be more of like a core hero nowadays, because the way the hero works with the aura, he kind of wants to be higher level and you want to have items so you can use the illusion to do stuff in the fight.
Exactly. Keep that pressure on constantly. They do manage to find a taunt here. Going to be able to get the courier kill afterwards. No, he doesn't have any points right now actually in Blink away, so they get both couriers with Tim's. Not bad.
That's 70 gold each. So what? There's 350 gold for the whole team.
Radiant structure.
Not bad at all.
Money.
You look over here, mid. Makoto going toe-to-toe with Armel. This is Danger Town, as they both have fairy fires, and Armel is going to wisely back out. Even though Makoto's so low, it still could be deadly. In top lane, Kescue, right click, that's first blood. Going to KP.
Yeah, the Void Spirit and Mirana is a very, very deadly lane. Especially if you're like a weak support like a Venge, you tend to get bullied easily. So 4-8 Rune, DK was able to pick it up. None of them have bottles, so doesn't really change the lane dynamics a lot. But he's doing much better than I expected. Stark has 8 denies and 21 last hits, but the Dragon Knight is not too far behind.
He's got this Soul Ring, just has stuff spamming out as KP denies actually Tim's up in the top lane. So good way to keep him alive and burn through a lot of the Dreamocell regen.
You have done your job, mate. Time for you to be my courier and ferry me some items. Ferry me some bottle. Oh, that's perfect.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah, I think he bought a bottle.
He's going up top instead. Tim's took his bottle and ran away.
Oh, that's his bottle. That's KP's bottle.
Oh, okay. Alright, never mind.
That should help.
I guess the bounty refill. Oh, that's some efficiency right there. 2 full bottles. Actually, 3 full bottles.
That's insane.
And now Mirana is going to look to try to see if he can last hit some catapults right now. Since it's a catapult wave, where can he go? He's going mid.
Kodo needing to play it a little bit safe at least. Backs away for the moment. With another breathe fire up for Armel.
Yeah, he's level 6.
Oh, he's surviving. Okay, good stuff so far. Still only 1 kills. Very slow early start. We haven't talked about bottom that much. FBZ has been having a pretty good lane. 27 and 10 right now versus the 26 and 4. So not bad at all for the Mars.
Yeah, but if you're a Spectre, you're not meant to generate pressure off lane. You're happy if you're farming, getting XP, you're not getting bullied out of the lane, you know?
It's true.
6-minute
Part of
rune?
this.
Arcane rune, bottom. Does anyone have bottle yet? Nope. I assume not. Only the Void Spirit has a bottle.
So Hyde's gonna take it and move on over. Armello's already popped his dragon form actually. He's trying to keep the creeps off of the tower and get some extra harass damage in there when possible.
And he has opted to go for 3 points in Breathe Fire. He's not even saving a skill point for the stun because he understands that this game they can't really kill the slug because he has Dark Pack. So he's going for more like push out, like you said, push out, keep the wave out, and just try to be efficient farming.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that, you know, there's a lot of people that would just get ran over in this lane, but he's been able to have a really good time so far. And even though he's a little bit behind the denies, like he's killing it. Armel's having a great game.
I was expecting him to maybe be a little bit more behind, like I was expecting like 6-4 for the slot, but right now I think it's pretty much even this lane for them. The denies is like meh, it's like whatever. It doesn't really mean as much as before right now.
Definitely. Well, and in the meantime, you know, Tim's is moving in here, clearing out the big creeps. Are they going to do it? Trying to find the kill. Gabby caught by the spear off to the side, brought down low. Does he have a way to get out of here? Just barely living. And in fact, with Tim's making the rotation, they're instead going to be able to run down FBZ, get the dual breath off, a couple more punches, and that will be a return kill.
Look at all the items, man. The crown. I mean, I guess for the Helm of Dominator, the stats is very good for you to survive in the lane because it gives you what 4 to all attributes and the regen and armor from all the components. I guess this is the new Necrobook for the Spectre.
I guess, yeah. It's definitely better sort of survivability oriented item. Dodges back on the arrow, but I think Hyde is still going to end up falling here. Do they decide to dive for it? No, they're not going to. Instead, they're going to lose March as he gets beaten down to death by FBZ. And a little bit of trash talk back and forth goes that way. They will back away afterwards.
A little bit too greedy, but not really that consequential just using the Jakiro there. Mikoto's gonna pick up DD. Is he actually gonna move bot right now to bully the Spectre?
Looks
He has
like it.
3 points in Essence Shift, so he's very good at fighting. He wants to fight.
The DD would be nice. Gabby right now running around with this Helm of the Dominator creep.
He's trying to fish for vision, like if there's vision around the area. He noticed there's no ward, so he's trying to make a play.
Oh god, Makoto's there. Dreamless already died. There's going to be TP. The arrow is going to connect, but Dark Pact afterwards caught through on the spear, and they will manage to bring down the Spectre.
Yep, in the meantime, Amel TP'd top, actually walked top to get the kill on the Queen of Pain, stun into Aether Remnant, and they're going to try to pressure the tower. Mikoto has teleported in to hold the tower, but he might have to be very careful here. I think with the stun and the Aether Remnant, they can actually kill him.
Playing around it really well though, keeping them back, and now he's got some extra buddies to come on in afterwards. So with Dreamless here, they should be okay.
Queen TPing here. I think he should have gone bot since because the start is kind of stuck here. Now one of them has to ditch because they both teleported here. That's very weird.
Maybe they wanted to fight, and I don't know. That is a little bit strange.
Yeah. I mean, you don't move both of your cores to the same lane unless you feel like there's a strong need to, you know, if the enemy is like pressuring your tower a lot. I mean, they're not even committing, you know, for the tower. So that's so right now the Queen is the one, he gets his level 7. He takes the skill point in Sonic Wave, so he's looking to move bot right now for the 10-minute runes.
Tim's in the meantime hanging around this area, trying to secure himself a bounty. TNC also doing a little bit of footsie with Makoto, so back and forth they go. He does have the Dark Pact available, moves in.
Gets the rune.
Wow, really well done.
So they get 3 runes out of this.
Wait a minute, they need an arrow. Almost taking down Dreamless Cell. He doesn't have Blink, but Tim's could have gone in maybe. Deciding not to. Yeah, and there's going to be the Blink away.
Level 1 Starstorm. He has max arrow, so he can't really get the kill anyway.
Radiant's middle tower.
So second wave of Catapult, they have Haunt on the Spectre, so they want to use it to give him a kill to accelerate his farm. He's still going for the Radiance after the Helm. Power Trades and Radiance. You have to try this one. It looks interesting, the Helm of Dominator as a item that will help you play the lane. I think it's very cost efficient for what it gives you for the laning phase.
Yeah. Gold Iron Will is always a really cool item in general. Royal Jelly gets picked up there by the Spectre. They're bringing in heroes as if they want to come and contest this.
Here comes the DK.
Really deadly. They're moving into position. To the Simulate off to start. Tim's looking for an opening. Armel, they don't quite hit the Remnant.
He wanted to get the corp. Yeah, they would have killed the corp for sure. They had enough disables and haunt. So now they repelled the push, and they're gonna have to move to see if they can go pressure the other lanes. I don't think Daya can. Daya is the one moving instead. They're moving with the trio of Bench, Rubik, and Mars. He has the arena. He wants to punish the Spectre. Oh,
Spectre.
do they sniff it out? They know something is not right because no one is showing bot. The Spectre has to be very careful here.
Gabby backing away.
He knows. He's farming very defensively. And look at how he's farming. Like, he's dragging the wave, all these small little moves, like he's dragging the wave back towards the tower, behind the tower to farm it.
It's Tim's that breaks the smoke instead, spots out FBZ and Hyde. We'll be able to seal Arrow, which is okay. It's pretty nice, actually. 3 points up in Arrow right now. Tim's throws it, hits there, onto Makoto, no follow-up at all. Absolutely nothing. But still, that's a lot of space created for TNC.
Yep, they've been using the map very well. Spectre has been pretty happy with his progression so far, despite having that one death earlier. But he's been getting a lot of farm in the last couple of minutes. They've been making a lot of space. And Jakiro is once again like ruining their tempo here. He's defending the towers, wasting their time. And Void Spirit is just holding the shit area, the dead lane, the bad farm. He's taking it. He's a hero that is very hard to kill, so perfect hero for playing the dead lane.
Hiding off to the side here as FBZ is going to push the lane down, but all the rest of Boom is moving into position.
It's 5 heroes bot.
This is intense and pretty crazy here. And yeah, KP's just hiding. They got eyes on him for a moment. Arrow goes out, not going to connect. KP hides, and there's going to be the TP out.
Nice. Space. That's a lot of space. Like Raiden is so happy with what's going on right now.
Meanwhile, TP in, find FBG, get the stun. This is big if they can make the kill happen. Haunt is already out. Ice Path afterwards, dead as all get out.
Didn't see him. They have a ward. They have a ward here.
Yeah, that was a little crazy.
Oh, am I crazy? I thought Daya had vision on that.
I mean, they still do, yes. I don't know.
Smoked.
Oh, they were smoked. That's what it was. You're right. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, what happened? Didn't they see him? So that's the reveal of the blink on the Dragon Knight, first dagger, and they're still looking for another kill here with the Moonlight Shadow, trying to reclaim the bottom area. Spectre is happily farming, does not have haunt, so he's gonna play no part in the game for the next 2 minutes, just hitting creeps.
Radiant
is under
attack.
Yeah, he's gonna get a TP out, but still a good move here by TNC, reclaiming the bottom area back. Just further expanding the map for the Spectre to farm.
Pull back here, finds the arrow onto Jakiro, and he is going to be brought down. March gets pummeled. So they do manage to take back over the jungle, TNC, but likewise, Boom are now putting themselves in a position to try and take up a fight, dissimulate, able to get the jump away with the Astral Sap. Secondary swap, KP gets to the side, the arrow's going to be taken off immediately afterwards, and that is a hard hero to kill, but they did it perfectly.
They're gonna realize there's a vision, there's a ward here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone for the kill on the Void Spirit. But right now, this tower seems like it's gonna be too difficult for the Radiant to defend. They're gonna have to give it up. But still, you know, like for them, if Spectre is farming, it's still something for them. You know? He's getting towards his Radiant, his Relic. The moment he gets there, it's going to be a huge power up for them. Power spike and Bounty Runes. Armel is going to collect one top, two. Wow, they even denied one of them. Alright, so Daya has only one Bounty Rune. Yeah, that was very nice by Gabby. He destroys one of the runes with his Helm of Dominator crit. And he has a haunt in 50 seconds. So let's see.
One thing that has been kind of good that I've been noticing is Slark's been doing a good job of making sure he denies the vision. There's only one observer ward out on the map right now for Radiant. So having to play a little bit more blind than they would like to, I think.
So like expected, March knows there's a ward here because they got jumped around this area. There's no way that the Dire team will have jumped them without vision, so it removes the ward. And right now they have to figure out which area they have to get back, and they're gonna have a haunt in 20 seconds. How can they utilize this to accelerate the Spectre's Radiance? Can they go bot or top? And moving top for now, they place some deep vision in the top jungle. And somebody's gonna have to address the bottom lane soon because there's a catapult wave pushing in.
Meantime, boom. You need to be a little bit careful about this. Makoto should know that there are people coming his way, and yeah, he's immediately, well, no, he didn't get the Dark Pack off.
Arrow!
Controlled. Arrow comes out, he got the Dark Pack off, and is able to get his ulti afterwards. Makoto gets the jump away, still trying to keep eyes on him. Tim's chasing damage over time. Is it quite enough? Makoto, he does not have a way out of there with the leap, and they eventually find the kill, but have they dove a little bit too deep? They're gonna get punished at least a little bit here. Armel on the outside of the arena. They do manage to find the stun afterwards on FBZ as Gabby turns onto him as well now, and suddenly TNC, they're going to be able to punish afterwards as well. They find themselves 2 kills so far, and FBZ going to get chased down and finished. Boom. Overreact to that one.
Yeah, that was the thing we were mentioning during the early phases of the game, where the Spectre Dagger is going to be very good against the Slug. Like in a normal situation, I think the Slug would have lived there for sure. But because the Dagger was giving them constant vision, he couldn't regenerate, he couldn't juke, there was no way out for him.
Tough one.
Yeah, a very, very tough one. He was an expensive kill there for the Radiant team. They got so much out of that kill. And Spectre is going to have his relic. 17 minutes, Helm of Dawn, Tread's verdict. It's pretty nice.
But you know one thing that's a problem here? Makoto has the best item in the game. He's got the Blitz Knuckles. Look out, guys. Look at them. They're beautiful. They're so glorious. I love the Blitz Knuckles. Sorry. That's a little bit of a non sequitur for me.
It's like a very efficient item to have if you have an empty slot for attack speed.
Yeah. Especially for a Slark. Why not?
1,000 gold for 35 attack speed. So Glove of Haste is what, 10?
Yes.
500 gold? Oh, this is definitely worth the slot.
20 for 450 gold for Gloves of Haste.
So this is just slot efficiency.
Yes. Which makes sense. And he is going to be going straight into the Silver Edge, which again, you know, in some ways is nice, but I don't know. He's a little bit behind at this point. And Gabby getting into that Radiance in the next 1,200 gold or so is going to be really hard to deal with.
Yep. The moment they have the Radiance and the Spectre, I think the Radiant team is going to be way stronger than the Dire team. They need to have I don't think anyone's getting a pipe because the Mars is going for BKB. I actually don't know if I like the BKB so much. I think he needs to get the pipe for his team. Because the Bench and the Rubik are just gonna die if they don't have a pipe. And Rubik, you don't really want to build a pipe on Rubik. And Bench, you're plus 5. You want to build a pipe? Maybe it's gonna take you 2 games to get the pipe.
Well, he did just get a Philosopher's Stone though. I don't know if they actually have it on him or if it's somebody else right now.
Do you think the Bench has a priority to demand for the stone?
Is that all hide? That's fair. Dude, he already has an Aether Lens, whatever. Rubik, just give it to him. But Makoto finds KP in the jungle.
Oh no, he gets it. He actually has the authority to demand for the stone.
Dude, I told you. You don't know Kezcute. He's gonna beat somebody up if he doesn't get a stone. He's a terrifying person. Arrow? Gonna be a little bit off the mark there. Hyde gets the little side step away. At this point, still no tier 2 towers taken to try and secure some outposts away from the enemy teams.
It's difficult, and nowadays because they also nerf the tower gold money, it's more important to just play for kills and try to control the runes. You know, it takes too much resource to go for the towers, and it's not that worth it anymore. Oh, mid lane, Spectre.
Careful. Looking for the jump with the rest of the team coming in. He missed the spear. It's not going to be enough, though. In the end, they turn it back around. Will blow up FBZ after taking down the Quap. It looked good for a moment getting the Spectre kill, but now they're going to lose 3 off of it. Big final finish there.
Wow, that was a bit crazy for them to go. They had 2 heroes at top, the Slug and the Bench, but I guess the Spectre is a carry. You know, you see the carry running up so far, you think that you want to get the kill,
right?
But he has backup, so I don't think it was very worth it for them losing 3 heroes there. But they had to commit everything to kill him because he's pretty tanky, you know.
Totally.
Radiant's top
Super
tower is
necessary.
under attack.
We do have the Silver Edge just about done though. It's going to be brought out to Makoto in just a second, which could start to spell a little bit of a change-up of things. Makoto, see if he can get him. Leash for the moment. There's no follow-up though. Yeah, and KP just walks away.
So the Spectre has Radiance. Oh, not yet. Oh, one more creep. They have Haunt, they have Radiance. This is go time for them. Smoke. Yep, they're gonna infiltrate the triangle and use the Haunt to fight here. This is a very, very good movement by Raiden. And KP is going to wait in the wings to see if he can initiate with a Yules.
Oh, but look at this, Gabby recognizing it, and Boom, seeing if they can catch him out. They're gonna blow up Dreamacell already. The rest of Boom is trying to hunt Gabby. If they can get this kill right here, this is huge. Makoto finds him. There's gonna be the break. The right click's coming through, and they get another kill onto Gabby. They'll take that clock death every day of the week. Arrow goes out, but not gonna be quite enough. Yule Scepter afterwards. The Remnant taunted, in trouble. No, we got his ulti off. Makoto able to get the jump away afterwards, swapped out by Kezcute, and boom! Able to get away with murder, but they will still be punished by a few of them. So 3 go down in total.
And then we haven't know there's a flop, so what's on it? There's no way the Spectre dies like this, you know.
Yeah.
They had a ward here, so they knew he was running back towards the tower, so they were able. He knows that the enemy team is coming for him, you know. When his teammates moved forward and they got the kill, and nobody was reacting, so he probably has a rough idea that the enemy is coming for him.
And I can't help but feel like even though those fights like end up looking sort of okay because the Spectre dies, it just means like, all right, they're ready to go again now, and you're not gonna have Arena, they're gonna have Radiance. Like it's, I don't know, I'm still really afraid for Boom right now.
At a cost, you know, like getting the Spectre kill. But I feel like they're still doing the right thing. They need to make sure the Spectre doesn't keep getting items uncontested, you know. But he's still at a pretty decent net worth right now at 9.8k, 9.9k, and the Roche is going to be the next very important factor for the Dire team. They really want to get this Aegis with the bench and get the Aegis on the slot.
Right, so important. And the triple BKB timing that they're working on, all 3 of the cores going for it. Meanwhile, you already have the BKB and the Blink Dagger done for Dragon Knight, and obviously Spectre's going to be going for the Manta, so she's a ways away from anything like Spell Immunity.
It's still a long time before they get the triple BKB, but I agree that's going to be the next timing. So right now, the Radiant team is, I think they're way stronger as long as they get the initiation with the Radiant's Horn. They're going to run into some heroes here.
Oh, that would have been such a big moment.
Oh,
they had the gem.
No, they're the top lane, Queen of Pain. They're gonna try to initiate with. I think the Void Spirit is going to try to hunt for him here with the Haunt maybe. But I think Raiden should be looking to fight. They need to be urgent. There needs to be some sense of urgency because once the BKB comes up, then you're gonna have to wait for your next timing. Right now, you're strong with the Radiance. You want to find a fight.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're not opting to go as heavily towards it. Maybe there though. Armel opens up, gets the swap back, and Kezcute keeping him alive. Arrow is going to be stolen? No, let's breathe fire.
No.
Excuse me.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
If you click on the Mirana instead of the DK, you'll get the arrow.
That's the way to do it. What a guy, Winter. Man, that's a Veil on March. That is a cool item.
This item is strong right now. Yeah, it's strong right now. It got a lot of. I think the stats and the aura is nice, and it got cheaper, right? Yeah, it got cheaper. 400 go cheaper, 500 go cheaper. How about that?
It's one of those things that gets so heavily countered by Pyke. Like it really, you know, doesn't do nearly as much, but it does feel like, you know, with such limited magic immunity on this team from Boom, it's gonna just devastate them.
It's gonna time out, you know, once they have triple BKBs. They have this, like I'm reiterating this again, they have to use this window where the BKB is not available, the Radiance plus Veil, they have to do something with it. I don't think they should just keep farming like this, you know, even though they have a Spectre.
Could be scary if you give them that timing, and Boom very much capable of taking advantage of it as they're getting closer and closer. It's almost BKB done for Dreamocell, and Mars on the other side of the map also about 1,000 gold away or so. TNC, what you gonna do? What you guys gonna do?
They have to look for a fight, just smoke and run at them and fight. Haven't they had this Radiant since what, 4 minutes ago? And they still haven't like got any fights since the Radiance?
It's surprising. It's very surprising, but you can see now KP, Tims, they're moving around, trying to sort of pick a fight here. I guess the other thing they could do is just go for Roche. This is the other way to do it with the DD picked up. Force the fight.
Alright, without the DD, I don't think this was going to be possible, but thank you very much. Double damage Ruin. Now we get to do Roche. Does Daya know? I don't think Daya knows what is going on, because you don't really expect a Spectre lineup to be able to rush that easily. Yeah, sure, Desolate goes can affect Rush, but if you don't have Manta, you don't have Medallion, it's still a slow Rush.
Scanning. It's getting down low, real low, and it does not look like they're going to be able to get there in time to come and contest this. Roche goes down, and now the lift on the KP. This is dangerous. They get the silence though right at the set, blow him up. On afterwards, there's the BKB out from Armel, trying to control and take down FBZ. Makoto, in the midst of all of it, focuses in on Tims, has to get the jump away afterwards. Sonic Wave, a lot of damage, but not quite enough. FBZ running away now. They need to retreat, see if they can get out of here at all, as Gabby is just ripping them to shreds. But it does look like, at least for now, I mean, FBZ is thinking about going back in. This guy's crazy. What are you doing? You're out of your mind. He's absolutely insane. They're going to get the stun afterwards. Kezcute has the swap to keep him alive. Still a long duration stun with the arrow. And that is going to be a dead Makoto. Dude, save your buddy syndrome never hurt so bad.
It's a total disaster for them. That was like their BKB charges, right? On the slot, they didn't get to use his BKB, just the Mars and the Queen of Pain. That was their first triple BKB in 10 seconds. And they got wrecked.
I mean, it's one of those moments where, like, okay, maybe you just take those couple of losses and say, well, you know, try and defend high ground when we have our BKBs and, like, full HP. Freaking FBZ jumped in like a madman. Nonetheless, they're gonna attack the racks, take down a full set mid lane. It is so hard to stop this pressure once they already have the Aegis and are up on your high ground. Man, what a DD rune.
Luck is part of the game, you know, but some people say you make your own luck. If you're doing the right things in the game, you get the luck.
You're so wise, Winter. What a guy.
It's when they had the Radiance, but since 4 or 5 minutes ago. Are you lagging? I was lagging.
They paused. So probably everybody's lagging.
But you don't even
patch?
know. You don't even know if you're lagging or not.
I don't know. You think I'm looking at the computer screen?
Oh, Aegis Spectre breaking the smoke. Hello? Touch me,
Armel.
Go on me, I dare you, says the Spectre.
There is a giant black dragon beating FBZ down. It is terrifying. The Aghanim Scepter has come alive. And Boom trying to escape behind. There's no escape. You too will be brought down. TNC, take no prisoners. Just take lives. Looking for more. The arrow is going to be off the mark, but they don't care. They can't even attack this tower, but they can keep killing heroes. And I don't know what they're even going to do now. Maybe go top, I guess? Okay, why not?
Yeah,
look at that dragon.
Back on the other 3 heroes. You are a fan of the dragon.
It's huge. It's a monster.
This is level.
I actually love it.
This is a level 4 dragon. You know, do you play Heroes of Might and Magic?
No, I don't. Oh, Makoto, BKB pop, trying to kill off Tims. Can't kill off Tims. Oh, it feels really bad. There's nowhere left to go. He just has to run back to the fountain. Pop his BKB in retreat. Oh, God. And this is going to be a second set of racks. They do manage to get the control here onto KP. BKB out, Yule Scepter. Oh, and they get the stun on Makoto. Dark Pact takes it off afterwards to simulate. More damage over time. Kezcute barely able to get the walk away. But in the meantime, they're losing other heroes. 3 go down. GG is called. TNC, like a spring ready to get unloaded. They just destroyed him.
His Dragon is definitely my MVP. Number 1, he didn't lose his lane in a terrible matchup.
I don't deny there's some strange evolutionary process going on, but mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
and they are unfortunately at the long. There is unfortunately a small chance that Boom, if they keep dropping their matches like this, they're not going to be too happy about it. Looks like the draft is ready, so let's hop in and see what kind of recovery mechanics are going to be there for Boom. As for TNC, they played great. The style fits the meta so far. They're also coming up with their own little surprise picks, so I think for TNC, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I think Boom, they banned the IO Ench, right? But the Ench is probably the standout one. Like, probably you might want to look at like a DK or some picks that has more potential to enable your team, because Ench is just for the laning phase, right? That is like the main function of the Enchantress. So Mirana taken out, that's a good start from Boom.
I think Boomism might want to think of going crazy this game, like going full aggressive, because sometimes playing the safest way is the most dangerous way, because you are not just playing not to lose.
Yeah.
Like T1 yesterday, we have seen their draft.
They want to play to win.
Yeah, they are playing to win. They are playing to surprise their opponent and catch the opponent off guard. Maybe that's one approach that you can do when you are really running into a brick wall.
Yeah. So they're going to approach the game with a Phoenix first pick. So this is the first Phoenix this week so far.
Snatching the Phoenix away from TNC as well.
Yeah, but TNC, they have not been emphasizing on the Phoenix in the last game anyways. Phoenix was that true. So yeah, I'm okay with the Phoenix pick, right? Boom Esports, they play those offlaners that has good setup, like your Tai, Centaur, Mars, so the Phoenix can always synergize with those heroes. They might also look at, I think the heroes that they play generally love the Phoenix, loves having the Phoenix around them. But TNC, they can go for Snapfire like what we've seen in those previous few games where there's a Phoenix.
Well, Jakiro, it seems like they are loving this Jakiro. We know how TNC love to play around Gabby, you know, buy all the times in the world for Gabby to come online, and they love to abuse the fact of the dead lane as well. They have KP and Marsh, they are really great in doing so. So Jakiro is the best hero as a post-fight to do that.
Yeah.
You don't care about dying at all, as long as you push the wave out and hold your tower, that's all.
Yeah, Dobrev plus Macropire. Macropire, for its worth and its efficiency and effectiveness, it has a relatively low cooldown, easy to cast, long range. You can always clear away before you die.
Yeah, I think also we need to make a quick mention of Ice Path. I think a lot of people don't really look at how efficient this is during the team fights. Just laying out an Ice Path, you've all of a sudden cut this area away from the enemy, because you walk into it, you get frozen.
Yeah, it's one of those skills that even if you have a use, he doesn't care about your use.
Yeah.
Like, he's happy that you have a use this time to let him set up for the Ice Path.
Especially teams right now, they are really smart in choosing where they want to take their fights. It's either the Roshan pick or high ground or the choke points. So Ice Path has become very valuable from time to time.
Right, let's see what we're going to be pairing up with this Phoenix for Boom Esports, if we'll be seeing a new combo or if we might just be seeing the old school combo with that Phoenix.
Yeah, it feels like they are going for the safe path to go for the team fight intensive lineup. So maybe they'll open with something like Centaur or Mars to pair with the Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't mind the Mars opening. I think the Mars is a really safe opening. There's not, I wouldn't say there's a lot of hard counters to Mars. Sure, he has bad matchup, he has, like issues like mana problem and such, but he's always going to be useful.
Ooh, interesting. So Phoenix Earth Spirit combination.
Imagine if that Mikoto just whips out a mid-Earth Spirit, I wouldn't mind, honestly.
There's a lot of damage over time, lots of AoE damage between the two of them as well.
Yeah. And also, Wheel of Discord has gotten a big buff.
Oh yeah.
The recipe is twice as cheap right now, and Hyde is streaming now recently on Twitch, so I have been seeing him spamming us a lot and buying Wheel of Discord.
Yeah,
interesting.
I wouldn't be very surprised if you see that happening this game.
Like, even if those two heroes ended up in the support role, they are pretty strong supports in general. Their basic skills are enough to kind of win you the lane. And Earth Spirit, super active. You have the Veil Discord, you pair with the Phoenix, the enemy just can't fight you without a pipe.
And this is a good sign, right? They're pulling out something new right now, and something that can actually utilize the new item changes that actually really beneficial. I think Wheel of Discord plus Phoenix, all these ultimates are magical damage, so that's gonna synergize really well.
And also, I guess, taking advantage of the early team fighting as well that we've seen from all of our games since yesterday, right? Trying to utilize all that extra kill gold that you get now compared to last patch, where everyone was passively farming lane because you got more gold in lane than you did through kills.
Yeah, and I think Boom right now, they can fall back to the Queen of Pain, go for the Orchid Rush or like a Storm with the Orchid Rush. You know, and any hero that can use the Orchid is a good hero right now. Nature's Prophet is still up. And Nature's Prophet was actually not banned at all, but no one picked it up.
Yeah, when you have a spirit that wants, you know that this hero wants to play at the mid lane, so definitely want to get some kind of hero that's aggressive enough to pose a threat to the opponent mid, so that they can kind of get some kills and utilize the movement of a spirit.
Yeah, like even if the Earth Spirit or Phoenix doesn't go for the Veil, you have heroes like Puck, they can utilize the Veil very well. The Puck now also does the same. If Boom Esports wants to play a bit faster, we've seen the Lash Strike yesterday, also a decent pick that I think Boom Esports can consider. Playing the TNC Predator.
Speaking about this, I think if Boom Esports right now, they know that Osprey is going to build a Wheel of Discord. I think they have to eye on some kind of anti-heroes to further synergize with the Wheel of Discord to give in even more magical damage. So the heroes that you mentioned are all great.
Yeah, they're all pretty decent in dealing with in using the Veil of Discord. I think even the Viper, like if they can somehow sneak the Viper in, like in the last two picks, that would be great as well. But it really depends on what TNC Predator. Like if they still go back for the Dragon Knight or Spectre, then you might be expecting a Viper pick from Boom.
But the thing about Viper is that, you know, flashy, C mid player, flashy. Mikoto is 10k. Are you going to let him play
a Viper?
Yo, bro, I'm 10k. You let me play Viper?
Disrespect.
You are disrespecting me.
In the words of Alacrity, disrespecting the player.
Oh dear. I think Icebox needs to change poor Viper again.
Yeah, give him some kind of bling ability, you know.
Please no.
Some kind of mobility, and then the mid C players will love them.
Then he's just too strong.
Oh goodness.
Well, the bans are different. TNC, because of the absence of this venge, so TNC, they're switching out their bans. They're banning out Faceless Void, LC, any hero with a lockdown to protect the egg and to synergize with the abilities of Earth Spirit and Phoenix are taken out. We might see Boom now finally having a chance to go for the TB again. Then you can put out like a surprise pick, right? You suddenly pick the Venge into TB, and there's no way the TNC Predator can ban it out in the next two picks. If you want to be adventurous, this is the time.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is that you have to utilize this second phase of the pick phase and somehow sneak your winning condition in, because we have two picks after that to protect that pick. So that's going to be really important. And Venom is going to be the ban for TNC. Maybe Ursa?
Yeah, leading up to an Ursa. Maybe any melee carry really.
Ursa and Troll are decent at taking out the egg, right? It's something that's written in stone. So maybe TNC Predator are looking more towards the Ursa, since Venomancer is a direct counter to that bear.
Or also maybe they're looking for some kind of initiation hero that requires a blink. We know that something like a Bat Rider is really countered by the Rhino, even though it's banned out. The Club is going to be the pick of TNC.
I mean, TNC Predator also plays the Team Shaker, right? Which is also affected by the Veno. But I think with this Quap pick, I wouldn't be surprised if they switch this Void to a support role, but we have to see, you know, what the fourth pick for TNC is.
Is there a chance they might be afraid of a TA as well? Venomancer deals quite well with the TA refractions.
I guess they can, but if they go for TA, it's pretty greedy, because now you have a Void, Spirit, Quap, and TA.
I mean for Boom.
Oh, for Boom? TA is okay, but not that great. Because you have the Quap, which destroys your refraction stack, and you have the Jakiro, which TA absolutely hates.
Yeah, that's true. And Boom, they are ramping the tempo fast now. They're going with the Prophet. I think Mikoto played once.
This is where I would want the Beastmaster for them. Just go for the Beastmaster.
Yeah, right
so
now.
This is carry Nature's Prophet?
5 seconds.
They can still flex it between mid and the carry.
Yeah.
Depends on what TNC is going to pick next, because Boomies will always have the reaction pick here.
Yeah, because if they can flex this Earth Spirit or Phoenix to a core, I mean, if they have a second player that can play these two heroes as a core, then they won't have to worry too much. That last pick is still going to be a surprise factor.
You'll need that front laner for Boom so far. They don't really have the front laner.
Snapfire.
Yep. So Snapfire for the Phoenix Egg, and this makes things a little bit tricky. Anti-Mage already coming out for Boom. Okay, so we're starting to see some changes here.
Yeah, instant anti-mage again.
That's a mid-Nature's Prophet. That means that this Earth Spirit and Phoenix are going to be support.
Yeah, I'm liking Boom so far. I feel like they have the aggressive tools to buy time for anti-mage, because I think most of the time you want to play a 4 protect 1 in an aggressive manner. And I feel like Boom have the tools to do that. It's just that they're lacking a bit of disable. All the disable cards are are coming from the Earth Spirit, which is most of the time hit or miss.
Yeah, this
Not
is
very reliable.
this is where you want to ban, protect this anti-mage pick.
And right now the PA, obviously a very good counter to the PA, comes online.
Comes on like quicker.
Yeah, comes
quicker
online
than
quicker. And you can never team fight against her, because she always comes into KB, crit you 2 times, and you're gone.
Yeah, Old Mars ban from TNC, pretty much expected. I think Boom Esports are looking for that. Another game where I think they can go for the Centaur, which I think is great. LC is banned now, unfortunately. There's still the Pango for FBZ if he wants. I think the Pango is also another hero that they can consider. It protects the A, it protects the core. You synergize super well with almost the entire team actually. You have the Earth Spirit, the AM, the Nature's Prophet to play with the Pango. They ban out the Troll, so the egg is pretty much well protected. Now you just need someone to complement that.
Yeah, the only thing I'm afraid about is Boom Esports. They are picking FBZ hero before Gabby's hero. So Gabby will always have an upper hand against that.
Yeah,
They have to be really careful with not picking any melee heroes, especially melee offlane, because Ursa is still in the pool. Ursa is really great against anti-mage as well.
Yeah.
You don't want to pick any hero that encourages the Ursa pick. So this is going to be a very tricky one. Maybe they want to put FBZ on the offlane Nature's Prophet and pick something that's more aggressive for Mikoto.
If they want to protect this AM, I think the Underlord would be okay as well. But it doesn't feel like, yeah, here we go, Pango. Just protect the egg.
Serves the same purpose. Can also frontline a bit as well, since he can absorb some of that damage.
Yeah, and it's slightly easier to get away from the Ursa, I guess, if the Ursa goes to TNC Predator.
I mean, the
also
disarm's great.
Yeah, it's also a hero that can buy Helm of Dom. So
More Helm of the Dominator, huh?
Yes.
yeah, we have seen. I think I've seen some Chinese games that I think, especially Esther, XXS, he has been finding a lot of success with the Pango with Helm Dominator.
Yeah,
I think it's really strong.
Since you don't really want to buy the, what do you call it, the Vlads, so
Yeah,
if you want to replace it with the Helm of Dom, this is one of the heroes that can do that. Nature's Prophet, definitely expect an early Orchid rush. If he has a good lane, he can just skip the boots, go straight for an Orchid and look to play with this Earth Spirit, this Pango, and just create space for the anti-mage. Like, kind of like what TNC Predator did in the last game. Oh, there you go, the TP, the TNC special.
Alright, so I think in, what was it, old Dota, Terrorblade and Anti-Mage used to be the big...
The big, what do you call? The brothers, right?
Yeah, the brothers.
The brotherly rivalry.
Yes, the brotherly rivalry.
Although they don't look anything alike now. So.
In Dota 1, they're like they're twins, right? Like,
Yeah.
one's the elder brother, the older brother.
One is deaf and one is blind, right?
Yes, one is deaf, one is blind.
So wait, what's the other sense I'll be missing?
Wait,
Deaf,
I think they're
blind?
both blind.
Is it?
Yeah.
I couldn't remember. That's too long ago for me, Dota 1.
Okay, this one.
Anyways, like, who do you favor? Look at the draft.
I still want to go for Boom. I know Boom has not been performing, but I think that
You might be jinxing them.
yeah.
I'm just
sticking with Boom.
honest opinion. You might be jinxing it. I'm just saying.
I feel lucky, I got the Mars side. I'm going with Boom.
Yeah.
Alright.
I mean, for me, you all know I'm never an anti-mage fan, and you are playing TB. You're playing anti-mage against the TB, and you know that TB is one of the best heroes that TNC has. So I have to go for TNC.
All right, so one of our panelists has jumped ship. As for us, though, we are done on the panel. We're going to throw it over to our casters. Lyrical and Winter, take it away for the final game of this series.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. Final game. It all comes down to this. Winter, TNC looking to get a clean sweep, as we've, I think, come to expect a little bit from it. It feels like they're reacting to the patch pretty well. How are you feeling about these drafts?
Fun drafts, man. Fun drafts. We're gonna have a lot of team fight. Look at the heroes: Phoenix, Earth Spirit, Snapfire.
I'm excited. I got my shoulder shake going. We're ready to happen, man. I think that it's like one of those things too, where there's a lot of really cool heroes that create unique team fights. But let's get ready to hop into this game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. TNC versus Boom. Let's do it.
Prepare for battle.
And we're away. Wonderful. The lovely sight of an anti-mage running to lane. One of the weirder sets that guy has, but already has the Orb of Venom to open up while he's doing his dance moves.
Wow.
So he goes against KP.
He started with an Orb of Venom. That's ballsy, man. So I guess they're gonna try lane. Since he started with Orb Venom, then that would make sense. But the Earth Spirit also has Orb Venom.
You can hit 2 different people.
Wow, amazing. He slowed
It's a big
heroes, and then 2 of them run away.
30 seconds to that.
It's a big brain thought right there. God, there's so many different taunts.
I mean, just since it's a Pango, they're probably gonna let him be alone. So it's TB mid. Oh, they want a TB against Nature's Prophet. Because the Queen of Pain doesn't do so well against Nature's Prophet. Ah, interesting.
So a couple of little changes that have been made to the laning setup, and this trying to be revealed either. We didn't see the other game with Dreamo, so I mean, wait a minute. A little bit of a battle ensuing. Tim's and some trouble. They can't quite get in range for another right click on him. Wow, so Boomer gonna back out.
The double Orb of Venom, chasing 2 heroes away.
I told you. You didn't believe me.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
It's all good, man. Yeah, it's interesting though. It feels to me like this top lane in particular, right? As we're taking a look at mid, just a little usage there of the Metamorphosis and then head out. But it's Queen of Pain, Pangolier, and Earth Spirit all in the same lane together. Like people are going to be blinking, people are going to be swashbuckling, they're rolling all over the place.
I was pretty TP quite early. Okay, now March follows him. I was actually kind of expecting him to wait a bit to see what the enemy is doing before he teleported. Because the AM could have been in a lot of problems if the lane wasn't pulled back towards his tower and there's 3 heroes in his lane. I'm not sure if the Jakiro needed to move towards the Earth Spirit's reaction. We'll see. Now it's a 2-1-2. Earth Spirit's pulling the wave. He has a Salve in his career, so he'll be fine. Just gonna deny some of the creeps towards the wave.
Oh god, that's really close. And March in the meantime drags the aggro over, and he's gonna get, well, sort of a deny. The neutral is actually the one that ended up getting it, but still denies that range creep away.
Yeah, and bot lane is going fairly well for the AM right now. He has harassed the AM till he has 0 mana. He has 2 mangoes, but this lane is going to be a-okay for him. AM's gonna farm a lot, and mid lane is a Nature's Prophet against TB, like we said before. TB has high base armor, so he's going to be able to deal with the harass from the Treants, but he's only 2 CS, 3 CS against 6, 7.
I was up top there. We were talking about the high mobility. There's one hero that doesn't happen in this lane, and that's the Jakiro, who goes down for the first blood. FBZ picks it up. Yeah, really not great for Gabby at the early goings here, but now that he has his illusions, can maybe try and last hit a little bit more effectively. But Makoto, he's just sending his treants onto these creeps and taking care of business. He's doing a great job.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think the TV should be just like, he's gonna get levels and he's going to ditch the lane and jungle with the image. I don't think he wants to really just stay in the lane, even though he has high armor against the Nature's Prophet. Like, he's not really having that great of a time in the lane. Like, some of these last hits are even to the Treants, you know. So the Nature's Prophet has 11 denies. Oh my god.
A couple of those are his own treants as well, though. I've kind of been keeping my eye on it. So, you know, everything's a little inflated in mid lane.
Time to inflate the economy.
There you go. Now you're speaking my language. Well, down bottom, again, a little bit more aggro, forcing Dreamo still back, and now the creep wave's going to be pushing a little bit more into the favor of TSC.
He's struggling. He didn't really get as many last hits as I expected. He's only 8 right now. Void Spirit is 14 and 2.
He's having a really good time on KP. Having a lot of experience playing on this hero so far. I feel like I see him playing it all the time.
It's a great hero. Easy setup. Very
Armel in some trouble, but is going to be able to get the walk away afterwards. Brought down very low, and is just going to salve up now. And does have the 2 points up in Shadow Strike, so that's what's keeping the rest of Boom really low, and actually going to be able to find the range to get the dagger onto FBZ, and that forces him all the way back. But he's already got that Helm of Iron Will for the regen.
He doesn't have a salve though. I think he just needs to die. I think he just needs to die. Just go die. Just die and go back to base. And the Queen doesn't have blink. Oh, does he have? Oh, he has blink. Maybe he's gonna try to. Nope. Never mind. I think if you're the Queen, you don't even want to kill him, you know, because he can't do anything in the lane.
roll in instead. Getting some right clicks there onto Armel. Throws another one of the daggers. Disarmed for the moment. Another round of disarm. FBZ living actually through all of this. That helm.
The Queen doesn't even want to kill the Pango. He doesn't even want to finish the Pango. The Pango feels so bad if he doesn't die here. He wants to die.
But Hyde, does he want to die? He's also dropping down roller low. Another blink in a second gets the double. Oh my god, Armel! What a freaking baller!
Yes,
Oh, Makoto, no! Easiest kill of his life. Oh, and they don't quite break the TP out.
okay. Back to business. Bounty run time.
That was the greatest thing ever. That was so good.
That was like the moment. Aha! I have a double kill. I'm alive, guys. Oh wait, what? No, I'm not alive.
No longer. Trimacell didn't have another blink up, so he can't go for the other bounty run, but Kezcute instead. It's going to be the one that makes the journey over. Has to go for the TP out, otherwise KP would have killed him.
Alright, so first catapult wave has arrived, and there's a Nature's Prophet in the game. Powers are going to go down. Where? It should be winged push with the catapult. At least the boost supports right now. Especially the first period. Nature's Prophet is winged up. He wants the top power. All the way. And so is he.
He's going down instead of second round. Finds himself March. A kick comes through. There, the tree under there is still good at tower damage, but eventually they will be able to find that kill, and now Armel, they will pick up another one.
Not this time.
He is taking a lot of damage, though. Makoto right click.
It's scary. Phoenix has to move in here with this. The TV is going to do a lot of damage. No one reacts. Phoenix needs to go in right now.
Nobody's coming. Nobody's reacting. Makoto is going to show up in time and be able to at least force them back a little bit.
Okay.
Much needed.
Yeah. Otherwise, the tower will take a lot of damage with the TV. Hitting the tower with the Metamorph mage. So right now AM he killed the enemy catapult, so there's no danger to the tower.
They blow up Hyde.
Huh? I guess
He rolled in.
He rolled in?
Yeah. He thought it was going to go really well. It did not, unfortunately. KP running away from Kezcute here. Trying to back out. There hasn't really been that much damage done. It feels like Makoto's kind of been stuck in the mid lane because otherwise Terrorblade was going to take his tower.
Yeah, that's why I said it's better for the supports to rotate actually to the Nature's Prophet lane because he's dealing with a TB, right? It's better for them to pressure that lane. And TB is kind of their win condition, you know? So, like going for the top lane, and it's a Queen of Pain and Jakiro. How do you expect you can push a tower?
Right. Impossible. As we did see.
Be careful with using the word impossible. You're gonna get in trouble.
Oh, it's fine. I've said some silly stuff before. I'm sure it's not going to be the last time.
So right now, the Pango is still not level 6 yet, so they can't really play around the Rolling Thunder yet. March is...
Still to kill him. He's going to get chased down by Makoto. Sonic Wave used with the dual breath afterwards will not translate into a kill. And in fact, with Kezcute here as well, Armel might feel a little bit overconfident. Needs to be careful. He does have Blink back up in a second and manages to roll. Oh, wait, no! Not quite. Hyde predicts it beautifully. Finds the kill.
Yep, and now they're gonna be able to get this tower. I don't think Dire is gonna react, but the TB is gonna get the mid tier 1. This is the more important tier 1. They do not want to give up this trade.
God, Gabby's so good. Just knows what he needs to do afterwards, but they won't be able to get the full tower taken. They do get some pretty good damage onto it. FBZ.
Wow. The
Now
TB
being ramped down. Beast Rune chase down, does have the ice path, but not quite on the mark. March misses that one. And they are going to fully go in on taking down this tier 1 tower mid. Bring in Tims as well. A lot of heroes making the rotation for Boom. Dreamless is here as well. The roll going to be completely off the mark. Gabby doesn't have Sunder right now. The cookie to keep him alive. Needs to regen back up afterwards. They'll blow up the Jakiro. So it was a lot to rotate. All 5 heroes, but they keep their tower alive.
It's a very, very good rotation from the AM. Like I said, this is the most important tier 1 that you have. You do not want to give this up.
Yeah. They need to come and contest it. Like, this is so much pressure. And FBZ, you know, he didn't have the best time ever. They're going to get the roll in, find themselves the Snapfire. KP trying to slow this down, but a turnaround from Tims makes it happen for a moment.
They got the tower. That's nice.
Okay.
1-for-1. Runes spawning.
I was going to say, though, that the fact that FBZ already has this Helm of the Dominator up so early, no boots even.
Wait, Helm on the Pango?
Yeah, man.
Everyone's getting Helm?
They're saying they like it.
I guess this is like kind of like the new cheap item, like cheap transition item that helps you in the lane, it helps you in the game. You have an extra creep with a disable, and you can take towers.
Yeah, you know, I can imagine a net creep or something being really good to make sure they can't dodge from a roll or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. Good against the Queen, good against the Void Spirit.
Well, it is 10 minutes in now. Bounty runes trading off there, and you can see that the top network is inhabited by Boom, and it's pretty good feeling if your anti-mage is one of the top net worths at 10 minutes.
Yeah, second catapult wave. TNC wants to push with the Jakiro down bot. I think Raiden should defend this. They have the... Oh no, they don't have 8 actually, but they have Rolling Thunder. They should hold this tower for sure. Don't give this up. Spirit has TP and Magnetize.
We'll see if he wants to come and contest. It looks like he's setting up for up top, though, to maybe pressure and get something done onto Tims here. This would be a nice kill if they could do it, but I think that he's within range of the vision. It's just outside of it. Yeah, they see him on the outpost, though.
So who's happy farming? The AM or the TB?
Dude, I don't know.
AM does... Like, the timing is very weird, right? Because TB he's the hero that comes online faster. He can push your towers faster. AM needs more time. But when it comes to late game, wait a minute, Tims, nice jump.
Couldn't get the silence out there in time, and Dreamocell actually used Magnetize here. Tims is taking a lot of damage over time, but he is going to be able to find a turnaround kill. Hyde goes down. Dreamocell, the absolute madman. He does have Blink away and again in a second, but he's gonna burn down. That was the worst thing that could have happened. Oh, Boom.
Was that a save your buddy syndrome, or that was a I can get this kill and get out syndrome?
I think it was the second one. I think that was Tims popping his stick maybe before he got mana voided. I don't know. It was really well played though.
Strength hero, my friend, not a squishy support.
Armel, they're trying to get a return finish here. Silence out, but Armel just has the blink away afterwards. Yeah, Boom. I mean, I think it's good and well if everything's sort of remaining even, but if they start losing the anti-mage and Gabby's still farming, it's getting scary.
Nature's Prophet has Orchid, so let's see what can he do. He wants to kill, I think, the Queen of Pain with this. I mean, the TB if possible, but I don't think he's gonna be able to find the TB. So his team should smoke right now. They have Egg, they have Rolling Thunder, they have Magnetize in 20 seconds. Nature's Wrath available, they should go right now.
But on the other side, you see TNC smoke together, and they're going to try and hit that timing just a little bit earlier. Armel does not have its first item, but they have a lot of damage.
The team fights.
Oh, Kezcute reveal, jump forward, Astral Step. They get the taunt afterwards. Sonic Wave blows them up. FBZ, see if he can blow up Armel now. They do have the rotation, but in Makoto finds him and able to get the kill on the quad. So there's the turnaround they needed. March now trying to run away. FBZ is going to be able to not quite get the kill.
Good trade from Boom. Very good trade. Yeah, very good trade. They didn't know that the Nature's Prophet has Orchid. That's why the Queen of Pain takes way too aggressive. I think he needs to get use ASAP. He's building one. Halfway there. But they're gonna lose this tower.
Maybe a turnaround moment though here. Tims has his ulti available and KP thinking about going in. If they overextend, if they stick around too long, Hyde could be the one they jump on. Well, they are going to be able to kill him. Makoto goes down.
They got the combo, the jump remnant. I mean, KP has been on point so far in the last series and the game currently with this Void Spirit.
Playing very well. It does still, cause a little bit of worry here that Dreamocell is, going to get into his Battle Fury pretty soon. Like, he's still very farmed on the anti-mage.
It's okay. I don't think he's that farm because he died that one time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay. The Nature's Prophet is the one that's very fun.
What's he going for next?
BKB. And he needs to.
Wow.
There's too much magic damage.
Yeah. It's scary.
Dire
Also
are
a way to get
scanning.
out.
Are scanning.
TNC fairly split up as another gank train coming in.
They see the TV. He's in trouble.
Gabby, careful. Find him, silence him, kill him. Dropped everything.
Radiant's
That was actually kind of insane that he tried to kill the ward there.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack. It's under attack.
I think he expected them to react towards the bot pressure, and he didn't realize that they were in this area. They didn't have any. He was in a very dangerous position there. Like, I think he needed to be more careful. If he wanted to kill the ward, maybe just try to use the illusion to do it. He shouldn't use it with the heal.
I wonder if it was because, like, you know, just not recognizing that bottom tower had already been taken, and like the only other place to go for them was top
Yeah,
tier
if
2.
you're not defending the bot, it means they're coming top.
Yeah. But another TP in. Armel wanting to get a little bit aggro, finds the Yule Scepter lift up onto Earth Spirit, KP, Aether Remnant. Still gets to roll. That's cool. Oops, indeed. So 9 to 8, 1,000 gold lead. As Makoto still trying to farm into that BKB. Is that really the timing that they're going to be looking to make stuff happen around the BKB of the Nature's Prophet, or what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, the BKB is going to allow them to take like one good team fight. It means they can get Rosh. Yeah, on Radiant. They have a lot of that right-click damage from Nature's Prophet. I mean, the next fight is going to be very, very crucial. Like you said, this BKB fight. Whoever wins the fight has the ability to just take Roshan right away with the lineup.
Radiant are scanning.
Tim shows up there, mid lane, hide a little bit too late, and can't manage to find the Snapfire. Mantis Style just now completed on the Terrorblade as well. He's going to be going back for the BKB afterwards on Gabby, recognizing the tempo this game is going to be played at. March. It's down.
It's always March. You don't want to kill March. Oh no, you want this guy.
Oh my god, Gabby. Not again. Not again. He gets the silence. They get the roll back and forth. He has Manta afterwards if he can get it off in time, but he can't. The full lockdown is there in TNC. Trying to find an answer. They lose to Nature's Prophet, but can Armel make up for this? It's a hard kill to get. The roll in is there. Does he have another silence? He manages to get it. Yule Scepter keeping him off as well afterwards. March getting control. Dream of Self shows up though, and that's going to be enough to take him down. Now Tim's turned upon next. Dreamocell is there. The right clicks raining in, and they will take a fourth, or rather the third. And a double for Dreamocell.
Yeah, the TV is just not. They didn't know where the Radiant team was, and he had to. I think he had to just take safer farm, like nearer to his tower. He was trying to farm. I think he was trying to go to the Ancients, but it was already cleared. Not sure what he was trying to do there. But I think March kind of felt like, because he was standing on the high ground right there, right? He was hovering. So I think he was expecting a smoke or something to come, and he was just waiting there. But then TV decided to run up.
Yeah. Feels a little bit like they're not all on the same page or something.
Not sure.
Maybe just, but to wait and see how this goes. Dreamocell still farming like a champ.
Yeah, not the,
gonna have it
not the
done.
peanuts of games, but we've seen a lot of epic team fights so far with the heroes.
Oh yeah.
Mid lane. Nice.
Finding
Done.
Knight. Gets the roll out. Nope, can't do it. Gives him the kick. Oh, that was a cool move for a second, but it didn't end up working.
AM's getting a tier 2. This is not a good trade for Daya.
He's also getting a Sanjay and Yasha.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, man.
Excuse me? Sanjay and Yasha?
That's what Dreamocell wants.
Is it legit?
I don't know. I feel like, don't you need the dispel?
I mean, you always want to get Manta on AM.
And like reflection? Isn't that
Radiant's
really
bottom
scary?
tower is under attack. It's under attack.
Well, we'll see. Dreamless, they find him. Oh god, really well played. The stun is there afterwards, trying to bring him down, but I think Dreamless just gets out.
Oh, the snap bounty. He predicted him blinking forward. He actually pre-launched bounty in front. Oh my god.
That was pretty cool.
Sonic Wave? Hey, they might actually kill him. I think he's dead.
Blinking, they're already getting the queue up for it. Oh, is there any way to keep him alive? He's really low. Dreamless just gets yelled in his ear, but the silence comes a second too late. Magnetized onto everybody. KP being brought down somewhat low. They reapply it afterwards. They'll be able to hide, trying to back away. Gets out of there for the moment, and Makoto turning now onto Tim's, seeing if they can kill him off in time. TP out, no. They managed to find him. Right clicks from the TV. Makoto's gonna die, and it looks like KP also is gonna escape the chain lightning. It's almost enough, but it's not quite. KP lives.
The first fight with the 10-second BKB goes to TNC's favor. That was a very good anticipation by the snap fight. I don't think they would have gotten the kill if he didn't do that. Because he gave vision, he pre-launched his Mortimer's Kiss up the high ground, and Queen of Pain saw where the AM blinked and he was able to run him down. That was amazing. Don't get to see moves like that every day.
Tim's, what a god. This guy has played Dota a few times, definitely. And I guess that the other thing about it that a few times, exactly. The other thing about it is that, like, you know, in that moment, I clicked on the Queen of Pain. She already had blink clicked. Like, she was already in the midst of it when the pause happened. So there's not even anything that, like, you could look like there was, you know, decisions made at the last second or whatever. So 14 to 15, still very even, and it doesn't really, I mean, you know, Boom's kind of been leading, it feels like, in a way at various points this game, but I don't know, I'm starting to get worried about this Terrorblades, particularly when the BKB timings come out.
Don't worry. It's an anti-mage against Terrorblade showdown, minute 45, man fight. Terrorblade BKB hits the AM, he runs out of mana, but he's not running away, he's the big bad brother.
Okay.
That's the law, you know? TV and AM are brothers.
That's what they're saying. The panel is talking about it. Uh-oh, gets cute. Get out of there. They're gonna try and chase him down. Doesn't look like they're gonna be able to. Well, kickback maybe. The control is there. Armel shows up on the low ground.
Stay on your high ground.
Oh, it's deadly. It's really scary trying to do that.
AM has not done his farming. He's not done yet. He is still hitting creeps, cutting waves. He sees his brother, he gives him a tap on the shoulder. Hello, I know you have BKB. I'm not gonna fight you now. No, he went for Manta.
Okay.
Trying to save my feelings.
I just want you to see cool things, that's all. So it looked like he wanted to go Halberd afterwards. So he was gonna go Sanjin Yasha and then into Manta Halberd. But deciding instead to just go straight for the Manta to deal with.
Is it really just like good to get like a Halberd? It's a cheap evasion and a cheap invasion item right now. Because they made that cheap.
Well, and I think against Terrorblade in particular, it's pretty good, right? Like, I don't know. They're gonna get agents here though, it looks like. Oh, they get the silence on a KP. Can they do it? I mean, they're walking in. This is really dangerous. They're dropping the whole ulti. He's gonna jump into it, snatching the Aegis. KP, the god, will get stunned. Now they're trying to back away. They've used their entire ultimate, the full collection of it. BKB out from Makoto, trying to turn to fight Gabby. He has Sunder available. Things get a little bit too dicey. Walks in, goes for the right clicks onto Kezcute. Will be able to find him.
Man, KP, the star of the show right now. Yules cancels the TP. Goodbye, Hyde. FBG. Can he get out? Nope. KP is here.
He's trying yet again. Got him under control. They do manage to dodge that 8th remnant, but it's not going to matter. Ice Path and the cookie, and an easy 200 gold for Tim's.
And AM says thank you for the space. I kind of hope the cats didn't die.
I don't know. It's starting to feel like maybe a bit of a heavy load, I guess.
Yeah, the AM doesn't really fare very well against the TB during, like, I would say that you start to fare well when you get 6 slot, and you can burn all his mana and he can't sunder. But 20 minutes to, I would say, around 35, 40 minutes, it's the TB's time, you know?
And I mean, this is coming close on that right now as well. And you're getting a lot of other heroes that are sort of stacking up their items. Snapfire is super farmed this game.
Did he buy a Sage? Oh my god, he's actually going for Halberd.
I told you. You didn't believe me.
Is it actually better than Butterfly? I mean, your AM, you know, do you even have problems farming? Like, I feel like the hero always has slot issues, you know. I wish I had more slots on AM, you know. I can keep farming, but I don't have any slots to put my items.
That's true.
Are they in a situation in the game where they need something cheap from the AM to fight? I'm not even that sure.
Maybe he feels like if they can just get through this timing right now and not die. I mean, I think we've been seeing more and more halberds recently.
Yeah, because the item got changed in a good way, you know?
Yeah. But we'll have to wait and see. Status resistance is always super valuable.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
I guess.
is under
It's nice.
attack.
That's how the game, like whether it pays off, you know. It's a cheap item that allows you to fight right away. You might be feeling that the game is going south. TB is going to, my big brother is going to hit on my high ground soon. I have to be prepared.
Kodo runs into KP. Hello, hello. And TP, Yule, that was really weird. Meanwhile, though, over to the side, they find the Jakiro. Gabby turning now onto Hyde, seeing if they can do anything. FEZ hitting nobody with his ultimate. They get the Supernova out afterwards and gonna run over and away from them. But the teamfight is so spread out, they managed to get one kill for another. Gabby Metamorphosis turning. There's the Sunder Kescute roll away and gonna get brought down by KP, claiming that bounty.
Waves, he's not even here.
I don't want to battle you guys. Leave my team alone, but I won't fight you if you go for it. Makoto is just going to get completely decimated. And Am's like, yeah, it's fine. I'm just hitting Tim's over here. Don't worry, guys. Let's see if we can get the kill. If not, I'll just go back to farming. Chasing, ring around the trees, and then comes away.
To cut the quick wave, he says, no, this kill is not working.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna play like this, do you actually need the helmet? I mean, I don't know. It's very strange.
It's a good point. Like, how much quicker would he be able to clear through the waves going butterfly or something like that as well?
Yeah, if you're gonna play the game like this, you're not even trying to fight, then why are you getting the helmet? Is it just cheap? Okay. Time to give my brother some hit points.
Oh my god. That one hurts. That sucks. Poor AM. A 3,000 gold lead for TNC, looking very good in this game number 2.
So Aegis is going to wait. Oh, it's already used. So they have to play for the. I think they have to play for the next rush before they want to try to go high ground.
Radiant's middle
You're talking
tower
about
is
Boom
under
or TNC?
TNC. They have to try to get the tier 2. Like the bot tier 2 is really low. Secure outpost, like the 30-minute outpost, and then go for rush after that. They need one, maybe 2 more items on the TB before they go high ground.
The thing though is they've got such good items on all their other cores too. Normally it's like TV way ahead, but here, you know, you're about to get, you just got Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit. You know, Jakiro has Veil and a Glimmer Cape. Your Snapfire has, you know, Spirit Vessel. Force Staff is going BKB. Like they're hitting a lot of really good timings. I think the Quap just got a BKB.
If they kill someone, yes, I would say they can go high ground. But if it doesn't happen, it's risky to go high ground. They're trying to go for a free ground. KP once again catches there.
Big jump in, the silence is there, Dreamless still control, they get the stun, he gets the blink away, but still in a lot of trouble. KP thinking about chasing, decides to go for the other heroes instead. So only the Phoenix was brought down, dead.
Cool. He actually survived because he has Halberd, because he has the extra HP and evasion.
And status resistance, don't forget.
He knows, man.
And that could have been one of those moments where if he loses it.
Yeah, if he died right there, I don't think he would have buyback, and Dyer could have pushed high ground.
Oh my god, he caught Dreamless Cell, but can't quite manage to kill him off there, Tim's. It's a good attempt.
Yeah, I guess because he didn't die there because of the Halberd, the item kind of pays for itself.
Right.
Every time you die as AM, it means that you're losing a lot of gold, like a lot of farming time. Mystery,
valuable.
buy your Halberd.
Would you recommend it? Would you tell people to buy Halberd AM? Tell me, be honest with me.
No, probably.
Okay.
But then again, take my word, I'm not a carry player.
That's true.
What do I know, man, about hitting creeps and buying items? I have braces. I have wards in my inventory. I have smokes. You need a smoke? I'm the man to go to.
Call them up, everybody. I know. Well, they're gonna pressure top here. It's level 20
Radiant's top
on
tower is under
Terrorblade,
attack.
while AM just cuts each of the waves continuously.
Radiant's top tower
He's
is
anticipating somebody coming back to defend, but nobody's showing up for it. And in the meantime, you can see that Terrorblade's sending his illusions out to cut waves as well.
Radiant's under attack.
I mean, I think the moment he gets to say tank and he has Aegis, AM has to fight. Like, at some point, the AM has to fight. I think they need to even stop the rush. But right now, Dire is going to smoke to reclaim their area. They're coming back. They have a ward. They see the AM blinking forward. Jackie,
Yeah, they saw that as well, though. The Tango was able to cut it. FBZ, he gets caught in the end. Does not have a way out of here, as the right clicks are going to come through Ice Path afterwards. So they take one. Can they get any more?
Phoenix, he runs into the Terrorblade party.
They're going to be able to get out.
No detection.
They just it might have been night vision.
Oh, yeah, it's night. But I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You're not. You're smart. Now, Manta off the Terrorblade stuff immediately. So frustrating to play against the Reflection as an anti-mage for any amount of time. You just lose all your mana and runs into everybody. Links forward to cut the wave. Dreamless Cell does not appear to care. He should though. He's completely in trouble. He's just dead. Sonic Wave, every damn thing, and Dreamless Cell.
80 seconds. Heaven's Helper did not save you this time. I think that's Rex.
Radiant's middle
Straight up
tower
Rex.
is under attack.
Yeah, that's really rough. Armel is already there. Do they have Gabby nearby as well? Yeah, he's here.
Might be too late. Oh no. Nikota has to cut the waves.
Yeah, he's gonna try and find it, but it's gonna be a bit too late.
He needs to wait.
He'll get the couriers though. He's gonna lose his base for it. It's not great. I don't know, man. Dude, and they still have this catapult here as well. It's living. The creep wave is living. Jump forward, Yule Scepter. They're going to be able to control him. Roll in, interrupted. Is it going to be enough? Right clicks out. Gabby is decimating them, and Armel able to live. Right clicks far away. Managed to find another kill. 3 dead, and Gabby stand tall.
Hey, Phoenix likes buyback, but it's worthless. His buyback doesn't mean anything right now. The Pango has no buyback, and has no buyback. One pick off, 2 aids. That's a TV.
And they are going to take it down so quickly. The Phoenix is going to buy back, but like you said, no egg. They don't really need to worry that much. They're going to actually back out and respect it as Roche is up.
Yeah, now the Roche fight is the last stand. Raiden cannot afford to give up this Roche. They have to run there, contest smoke with Pango when he's alive, and get on right there, right now. They need to fight when the Metamorph is on cooldown.
God, it just feels so... I mean, it's suddenly an 11,000 gold lead, right? Like, and it's completely fallen apart.
One roll of the dice. Didn't work? There you go. You are 10,000 chips down.
1,000. Tim's buys a medallion to help Roche get taken that much more quickly. Unfortunately, his courier's dead.
High ground. Who has the high ground? This is going to be very, very crucial. Raiden is trying to claim the opposite high ground. They have Observer Wards. They have a gem on the Phoenix. It is the classic. I'm on your high ground, you're on my high ground. Nobody wants to run down the low ground.
Yeah, problem is, though, that you already have creeps up here on this side of the map for TNC.
Just
So, oh, Armel almost gets caught. Hyde now is a bit too far forward after the roll. He rolled in, but it's going to get caught out and dodges away. FBZ not hitting on anybody. Gabby's just right-clicking him without Metamorphosis. 20 seconds until that's back up. Over here to the other side, they do manage to bring back the Phoenix. Makoto, BKB, and just going to try and walk away. He doesn't have TP, he doesn't have anything. Makoto's dead. The right clicks are coming through. Sunder to blow him up and take him down. Hyde also nowhere left to go. And now they got Metamorphosis back up.
guess what AM's doing? Hitting creeps.
I mean, he's trying.
Sorry of the whole game.
Doesn't have another answer, and in the meantime, TNC gonna stand tall, try and take down this last set of racks. It's not looking like Boom have what it takes. They blow him up. Sonic Wave, Makoto dead. No buyback. 90 seconds. And Dreamless Cells buys a Vanguard, hoping to make something happen with this Abyssal Blade, but the Ancient's already being exposed. The Ancient is going to be brought down. They are going to be able to take the throw, most likely the Halberd. The Halberd is trying, but it's not working, as they will end it. In the end, GG is called. TNC take it 2-0.
And KP.
get you out of my mind. It's like I feel it for the first time. Been thinking about you all night. I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need.
Can I take you there?
Can I take you there?
Always falling for the wrong guys. They keep telling me it's alright. How could I be so blind? I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time. Do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need.
Can I take you there?
Can I take you there?
Can I take you there? Can I take you there? Can I take you there? Can I take you there? Can I take you there?
Radiant team back. Dire team back. Radiant team back.
And there you go. Those are our two
10
teams
seconds
playing.
remaining.
So we have already seen Reality Rift play yesterday,
Dire
but
team
GEEK Fam, we haven't seen them playing the new patch yet. And I think the big question is how fast are they going to adapt to the patch? Are we immediately going to see a different change, or will it be a slow, gradual one, which historically speaking is the typical way that Southeast Asian teams play. They slowly integrate the new patch into their drafts.
Yeah, I have a story to share.
10 seconds
Like back when I was
remaining.
back in GEEK Fam, the founder or the coach of GEEK Fam is really smart. So he's a really smart guy in Dota. Whenever the patch comes out, right, he's reading the patch, looking at the patch and find what are the loopholes or what are the big meta things that he can be exploiting. So he will just ask all the members to sit there together. They'll look through the patch together and find out what's the biggest changes. What do you think about this hero? What do you think about that hero? I think this is the kind of brainstorming session that you want to have in your teams whenever a big patch drop, and then you want to go on to experiment them. You want to find out what's the next big thing. So speaking from experience, I do think Fam would have a better adaptability into the new patch.
Yeah, and I think they also had a first taste of the new patch, right? Right after the patch got released, they got 2-0 by New Esports in the Look Back Invitational. I don't think there was, I didn't really watch the match. I think it was going on like offline, as in like it's not streamed, but they got 2-0. So immediately when the patch dropped, they already experienced what the new patch is going to bring in the hands of New Esports, who then went on to get 2-0 by RR. So this is a scary match for GEEK Fam as well, because the team that just beat them got trashed by RR yesterday.
Yep.
True.
And very interesting opening here for GEEK Fam. So we've always spoken about how strong Nature's Prophet is, and he's such a versatile hero. He can fit a lot of roles. But GEEK Fam have opened up with Quap and Nature's Prophet together.
The classic.
The two heroes that can rush
The Orchid.
Yep. We saw a 12-minute Orchid from Mikoto last game. I think maybe we'll see a faster timing this time.
I think the fastest timing recorded so far is a 10-minute Orchid, where you skip the boots.
Yeah, just go straight.
You go straight for the Orchid.
Team
It's the most doable on Nature's Prophet. And well, another troll ban. That's the Drew hero. I think Drew only got to play troll. Was it once? Has he?
Yeah, once against Fnatic.
That one time, which is like.
And then after that, just banned out.
Yeah.
Every single game.
But well, RR, they got their Ember. They got their Alacrity Ember.
And they got the Bane.
This is the classic, man. RR, GEEK Fam, you know, KYXY and Alacrity proving themselves once again to GEEK Fam.
Yeah,
I feel like there's a lot of emotions between them.
I think after yesterday's win, they should be feeling pretty confident today, right? Especially the first 2 weeks. No, not just the Twitch chat has been giving them a really hard time,
Yeah.
you know, based off of their performance. But I think yesterday probably turned some hits, and today is the day that they make a statement.
We could be seeing a really good redemption arc for Reality Rift.
Yeah, it could be.
Yep, but they have a pretty big opponent, so GEEK Fam, what do they have under their sleeve? Let's break down GEEK Fam a little bit as a team. What do we sort of know from last patch about GEEK Fam?
It centers around Raven, but then you have Carl as kind of the backbone to enable Raven to come online. And you have this really strong offlaner in the form of Cuckoo, who does play heroes like a Dragon Knight offlane. Kind of those offlane they can play as a dueling offlaner, or offlaner that provides full tankiness and utility like a Centaur or Mars. So I would say he's pretty much flexible compared to other offlaners that we have.
Yeah, another thing that we have mentioned is that in the earliest day of this GEEK Fam roster, they'll give Carl heroes like the SF, TA that can carry the game, that is the winning condition, but then they feel like Carl might be a little bit inexperienced and a little bit shaky, so they switched their priority to Raven, and Carl is now the utility man.
Yeah.
And then Cuckoo has always been on point as well with his shot calling, with his initiation, so like you say, Raven is the big boss here for GEEK Fam.
Yep. I mean, it benefits the team as well, right? You've got a very experienced carry in Raven. He has played
10 seconds.
multiple patches of Dota 2. He's been in
Multiple
the-
TIs.
Multiple
Oh, yeah.
TIs, lots of experience under his belt, so it must be really good to have a solid carry like Raven, so that in case, let's say, Carl has a really bad day, is not really able to play at 100%, then it falls down to Raven, who understands what he needs to fulfill to help Carl come back into the game. But then there's also Cuckoo, right? Very solid offlaner, very stable. We haven't really seen him have any bad games yet. So it must feel good on GEEK Fam to know that when things go bad, you've got your teammates to fall back to. It's not a one-man, one-hit wonder kind of show where you have one player and everything's centered around that one person.
It's
Yeah.
kind of like it's I would say it's more rare to find a team where it's not, where they don't focus entirely on like the position 1 and 2, right? Like for example, for GEEK Fam, I think the position 1 and position 3 are more in the spotlight compared to the mid laner who can have a bad game, but then you have the off lane to back him up. And there's not too much team that does that.
And this is very important because you always have these two very experienced players that you can rely to when you are running into a brick wall. But also because of their experience, you can actually do some. It allows you to do more crazy stuff. It allows you to go a little bit further to your limitations. And I think these are the things that can allow a player to evolve because they know that there are room for errors for them to try something new.
Yeah, I think the closest example in this tournament so far is probably Neon Esports, right? Neon Esports, when they still had Raging Potato during the qualifiers, it was position 2 and 3. Yopash and Raging Potato doing most of the work to free things up for their post 1. So even though their core their position 1 had a really bad game, you still have these two members to rely on with their skills and experience to drag the game out for your hard carry to come online. I think this is the same case, but with the post 1 and 3 instead.
And again, we're going to be seeing more love for this Jakiro. Reality Rift going to be pairing that up with the Bane.
Yeah, RR is one of they are the first team to pick the Jakiro in this league. And honestly, if you have someone who can buy a use, that's great. If you don't, Jakiro can always go for either use or ATOS. He's also a natural Veil of Discord buyer. It's great into like Nature's Prophet and Queen of Pain. You can just lock them down with the Ice Path.
They have so much good setups now. You have the Bane Sleep, you have the String Chain coming out from Ember as well, the Long Range Chain into Ice Path. Those are really reliable, especially against the elusive hero on GEEK Fam's side.
And we've seen how good like the Jakiro is into heroes like even like Void Spirit. It's just a nightmare, right? Even with mobility.
Especially with the Bane on there.
Especially with the Bane, yeah.
Absolute nightmare. Yeah.
Yep.
10 seconds.
Not waking up from that.
I tried.
5 seconds.
Like right now, GEEK Fam is going full utility mode. They have 3 heroes that kind of do the same thing, jump in and jump out with playing with their elusiveness.
Whoa, Reality Rift there.
That's the Drew AM.
They're not messing around too.
I think they feel Drew has been picking a lot of anti-mage. I think anti-mage is one of his most picked heroes in this league. I think it's also one of his highest win rate
so far.
Yeah. They just feel more comfortable with that AM.
Yeah.
So I completely agree with this AM pick.
Yeah, they are exploiting the fact that GEEK Fam doesn't have a lot of great lockdown right now.
They've got the Orchid carriers, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, they have 3 heroes that can carry Orchid, but generally you just buy one. I assume it's going to be the Nature's Prophet, and then you get the Axe or the Void Spirit. So the Queen of Pain, there is a chance that this Queen of Pain goes like a post 1 or post 2, and they might want to consider going for the tankier Queen of Pain, right? You get all the utility items like your Guardian's Greaves and like a Solar Crest or a Vessel, which I think is going to help the team a bit more.
They need some kind of team fight control now.
Yeah.
Because if you take a look at what Reality Rift have, they've got 3 heroes, great terrain control, right? You're not going to have control of where you want to have those fights. You've got a Quap that gets caught in a stun, will instantly die. They don't really have a way of cancelling the grip so far. So unfortunately, this is going to be a pretty tough one for GEEK Fam. They've got to tick a lot of boxes for their last 2 picks.
I think Fog specifically, he has mentioned this a lot of time. A lot of teams just open with the Bane first pick, and then at the end of the draft, the opponent wouldn't have a good solid lockdown to cancel the grip. I think this is one of the biggest problems when it comes to playing against Bane.
Yeah.
You want to punish the first pick Bane.
Then there's the more common heroes are like Clockwork, right? But Clockwork was banned by GEEK Fam, so there's not too much heroes that can just go on the Bane, right?
I think Lycan is also pretty good for GEEK Fam if they want to ramp out to Temple. Lycan is one of the better heroes against Bane as well, because Bane, he's one hero that doesn't like summon units. He doesn't like to be run at.
Yeah, like if you grips one guy, then you just send the wolves at him. Disruptor is also not that bad. You just drop the Static Storm on him. You have ways to cancel his grip, Static Storm, Glimpse.
You could Glimpse,
The long range glimpse is really good. Right. Especially at level 15, you got the cast range talent.
Give yourself an Aether Lens. If you're lucky enough, you get a telescope. You just glimpse someone from like half the globe, you know.
Excuse me, that's not a support disruptor anymore.
It's good against Ember, good against AM. Disruptor is one of the strongest support in the game. I still feel that is a support that can play fast because of his skills, right? If you start running at RR and RR is not having a good game, there's no way they can get away. As long as you have vision, Disruptor will really appreciate that.
And the lanes are pretty good for GEEK Fam too. If you're a Disruptor, you want to have an aggressive lane, right? You can catch them out with the glimpses. You can also use the your nuke as well, your Q to actually start burning those heroes down. Great for chasing too. They can't fog you in the trees because you actually have vision of that target.
Yeah, and if Disruptor, goes into the same lane as the Bane would not like Disruptor at all. He just Thunderstrike him until he is forced out of the lane.
I think
Continue.
Yeah, I mean, just liking the Disruptor pick here because we know that GEEK wants to play fast.
Yeah.
And Disruptor is one of the heroes that can always punish the heroes that get out of positions. So this hero is really good in forcing fights, in forcing any kind of pick off or anything like that. And that's what GEEK wants to do right here. I think on paper it's still an okay anti-mage game because if you look at them, the GEEK draft, they don't have hard lockdown yet, but you have the Fury as the one, you have the Disruptor to punish your movement as well. I think GEEK is going to ram out this tempo so fast that RR, I don't think that can dispel or repel any kind of offense coming out from GEEK.
Oh, yeah. No way.
Like, how are they going to...
I feel like this is a support co-op. It could be a support... We've seen support voice spirit from GEEK as well. I think it's support voice spirit isn't too bad. Either way, they both can carry Vessel. I was thinking of Legion Commander for RR.
10 seconds remaining.
Legion Commander, what else? The Centaur was banned out, which I think RR would really love that Centaur, but it's not there.
So things totally change from RR now. Now you are supposed to play a 4 Protect 1 surrounding your draft against the anti-mage, but bam, this Alchemist pick comes out. Your plan goes completely different now. You have to pick an off lane that can actually shut down Alchemist and push the tempo. This is going to be a very hard last pick from R. You have to tick so many boxes right now.
If the Alchemist comes online, it's going to come online obviously way earlier before the anti-mage, and he destroys the anti-mage.
Is there a chance that maybe Drew could redeem himself with the God King build, more of a fighting-oriented anti-mage pal build, deny the Alchemist from fighting?
I mean, you can, but this draft is just not as fast as a GEEK draft, right? You have to play perfectly. You have to You have to somehow prevent GEEK from amping up the tempo. And they don't really have too much methods to sniff out this Alchemist and just say, hey, you can't farm.
Yeah.
This Alchemist is going to come out 20 minutes with like 2-3 items and start running at this anti-mage, and there's nothing that Drew can do.
RR's lane is not fantastic as well. If you look at them, they are very stable, but nothing like dominating GEEK lane. Yeah, so maybe this is the time that if they want to go crazy, they might switch the Ember to the post tree against the Fura. I think it's okay. And then pick something that can dominate.
Oh, there you go.
Never mind. So they are still going for the safe route.
Yeah, the KY Omni, it's been too long. But Omni, you empower your cores, but it's another hero that if someone starts running at you and you cannot keep up, you just become pretty ineffective.
Like, Omni Knight is great when your cores are having a great game.
Yeah.
And he's a non-factor when your cores are having a bad game. You're just not doing anything. You're not adding value into the game, and you're just prolonging your core's death. So
like, you want to kind of like own your lane, and then you want to make sure that your cores come online as well. Like Omni Knight alone is, well, he's just someone that is hard to die, but eventually dies, He's a punching bag.
So it looks like we might be looking at a Alacrity game again. Maybe just completely buff up the Ember.
He has to carry the game.
Like yesterday, he has to be Alacrity.
All right, so predictions.
GEEK fam, no way, man.
I like the GEEK.
Alchemist against anti-mage, all right? What to say?
He said that on the record. I just say I like GEEK fam's draft.
It's gonna be GEEK fam, guys.
So is that 2 GEEK fam, 1 GEEK fam?
GEEK fam.
GEEK fam, GEEK fam. All right, so both of our panelists have decided to go for GEEK fam. We're going to throw it over to our casters right now. OD, Pixel, and Fogged, take it away for our first game.
Thank you very much, Dan Ali. And yeah, Fogg, do you have to agree with the panel on this one? The timing and the tempo of the Alchemist does have huge potential to smash an anti-mage lineup?
Yes, I do believe so. I think I'm a little laggy right now. I do think so, yeah. I mean, Alchemist, I've been seeing a lot of Alchemist and AMs and pubs in particular. The timing that Alchemist gets is just insane. And I feel like with the Nature's Prophet, they definitely can set tempo. Reality Rift, they have 2 5 positions as well. They have a Bane and a Jakiro, which usually are played as the 5. Yeah, I mean, GEEK fam, they've got like everything covered with their draft. They've got good damage, they've got good aggression, and then they have this Alchemist who should be able to free farm. I don't see the pressure from Reality Rift being there.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they are able to put the pressure on and shut down that out, stop him from getting the ball rolling early as we get ourselves into this game 1, ladies and gentlemen, of GEEK fam versus Reality Rift.
feed the trees.
I mean, so for the Alchemist as a whole, you know, in this new patch, is there anything that sort of changed that you could see makes the game a little bit of a better place for an Alchemist? Because we just, in the last patch, I feel like we just didn't really see this hero that much at all.
I just hear a bunch of holy mollies. I think he probably still is. I mean, he probably still was pretty decent last patch. I saw him a couple times, not incredible, but I don't know. Just things changed really quickly, right? He seems much better this patch. I'm seeing him just all over the place. Just much harder for you to pressure. You can't take over his jungle as easier anymore because now you can't take the outpost, right? So he just chills back. He farms jungle. He gets his Radiance and his BKB super early on and then just fights you. Same as it was at the TI era.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of timings Raven's going to get. Of course, you know, Raven, he is, to be one of the farmers in SEA that just has always been able to pull out these incredible GPM performances. Normally, for me, it's been on his like illusion-based heroes, like the Terrorblades and the Naga Sirens over the years, but very excited to see what he's going to be able to pull off with when the farm comes down to it on the Alchemist. And obviously on the side of Reality Rift, Drew on this AM. We'll see how solid of a showing he can have here and which way he does go if he does want to change it up. Of course, first he does indeed still want to go for that Battle Fury, no question about that. But we'll see how involved he does get and how much he tries to make plays with the team. As he's got ways to keep himself safe, obviously having things such as KYXY on his Omni Knight.
Yeah, and it's not like they have some like overwhelming amount of disables or anything like that. Everything that he can get disabled by is pretty telltale. Like if he gets glimpse, you know, he can reflect these type of spells. Same thing with the concoction, even like the void spirit abilities. You can play around them pretty easily for Drew. It just, can he actually get away with the lane? Because I feel like he's just gonna get right clicked by Nature's Prophet, even if he does have a Bane a lot of the time, and he'll have to play versus Orchids. We know that these Orchids are going to come online for GEEK Fam more than likely, either on that Quap or on that Nature's Prophet early on. It's going to be a lot of ways to, and they should be playing with an advantage, at least on GEEK Fam. His top lane is actually pretty strong though. Their Jakiro Omni Knight lane, they are actually probably able to put pressure onto Raven.
Yeah, you can see Hustler and Whitemon, they're going for it here. Fairy Fire's out on Whitemon, but there's a dual breath available from Hustler. And Whitemon, he's ticking down low. The Tango is not healing him up enough. Cuts through the trees and Hustler is able to find the final blood.
Don't trade with Jakiro. Even if you're Disruptor, Jakiro's the king of trading. He does not care. Dual breath is like the strongest level 1 ability. And yeah, if they go the Degen Aura route in this lane up top, they actually could put pressure onto Raven. So definitely liking that already by KYXY. They're already slowing down his last hits a bit.
Over in the mid lane, so far, what are we seeing on the CS? 8 for 1, and over on the quad 5 for 2. Pretty close. I mean, the Amber Alacrity's going to try and do his best to avoid these daggers, but it's very hard to do so, and Carl's always going to be able to try and fake it out.
Yeah, now is when it starts to get a lot harder to do. Level 3 comes out. He actually goes for the 2 points in Scream, and the Shadow Strike actually gets dodged anyway by Alacrity. So Alacrity, big plays in the mid lane already, so he can have that advantage already versus a Queen of Pain, which is not what you always see.
And down bottom, Drew. It's been farming fine. And Cuckoo's able to get in with a fair few denies, but you can see Nuts already trying to get the lane in a better place for Drew. Bring it down closer towards his tower, so he doesn't feel like he has to risk his life too much stepping up for the CS, especially Zephyr with that level 2, having the Remnant available and just that extra bit of disable to allow Cuckoo to really punch into him. They get the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, this pull is important for Nuts to reset the positioning of the lane. That's probably the most fearsome thing right now to be a safe laner, is just lane positioning, as it has been for quite a long time. You just get bullied, especially by these two, quite a lot if you are too far up. Having to pull that lane back, now they will have it in a much better position for themselves. But we see the side pull, it's getting kind of screwy down there. So Drew will be affected by that a little bit. Alacrity's just, Jesus man, he's not missing a single CS in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is looking pretty great. I mean, 18 for 4. I guess as we've seen just with the Flame Guard and to push it out and the Slight to dodge any sort of extra nuke that Carl just try and hit him with. He's been able to sort of shove the lane in each time and pick up all the CS without Carl being able to do too much at all to stop him.
Yeah, really impressed. It's really nice now that Wraith Bands give armor. I think this is something that's going to actually help Ember even more so in the games, even though Ember's already super popular. Hero suffers from armor early on. This really helps you out. Like, look at him when he's next to his tower. He's at 9 armor. Sure, the tower, you know, gives you 3, but does make quite a big difference to have that little bit extra versus even a hero like Queen of Pain.
And we continue to see up top, KYXY and Hustler, both doing a great job of just sort of forcing Whitemon right away from this lane, making it very hard for him to offer too much in terms of keeping Raven safe.
He's able to check the top.
Been able to have a great time there.
Yep. Then he allows White Hustler to walk away. He checks the top rune as well. Sees it's not there. It's an invis bottom. Bottles are not finished just yet. Alacrity's actually looking like he's going to go claim that one. Okay, actually blinks onto it, but like we said, no bottle. Doesn't get filled up or anything along those lines. Drew's still doing a good job down bottom. He's out of regen completely down here now on the Bane and the anti-mage, but he's almost got his treads finished up at the very least. It's not fantastic, but not so bad.
Yeah, nothing too rough on sort of the side lane so far.
Yeah. Just now you're really starting to see Drew get bullied though. Like no regen, he's having to eat all of his extra tangos. They're trying to pull and stack, Nuts trying to secure himself at least one of the bounty runes. Looks like he should be able to get that. Alacrity gets glimpsed away by Whitemon. They're just going for bounties. Since they have that Alchemist, it's all about claiming more, and they do get 3. Raven gonna be very happy with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, as I mean, do you expect to see this Ember? You know, Alacrity once he does hit the 6 to start making moves up onto the top half and trying to go on the Alchemist. I mean, it's going to be tough because sure Raven is almost certainly going to be hitting the 6 very soon himself off a couple more waves. But is that the kill that you're looking to try and go for as soon as you can as December?
It's a little scary because you're playing versus Queen of Pain. Quap can respond so damn well. Literally the best TP here, ganking hero. Drew, bottom, blink, CD. They tried to go aggressive.
Yeah, not quite able to control him enough as he's able to cut through the Sprout.
Look at the build by Cuckoo. The triple null talisman. He's like, I'm lane pressuring at the maximum here. Nulls and Wraithbands too, but people haven't. A lot of people kind of mixed about this, but the Nulls and Wraithbands seem to be the more dominant one. But I did see Jakiro built a Bracer, so did the Omni Knight. So, you know, there's a little bit of mixture of what people are still really liking at the moment. 4 null talismans for Cuckoo. There you go.
He's gone 4. All right.
4. So 20 int, and he gets a lot of spell amplification that really comes out from it.
Is there any reason to not go for a 5th?
The bag is just space. I think like 4 is even 12% spell amp on your ulti. Like we've seen this ulti really chunk early on. 12% spell amp is no joke. Definitely been looking forward to seeing people doing new things with their builds with these new early game items as rotations. Okay, he's got a haste.
Yes, he's got the Sonic Wave good to go. And he wants to get the liner on the 2 of them. They are grouped up. They're trying to go in onto Raven, but here's the backup from K, but he can't do anything to save Raven as Raven already ends up going down. Now comes the Sonic Wave. We'll clip the 2 of them, and K will manage to find them. So the gang's successful, but unfortunately for GEEK fam, not able to do it in time before Raven ends up losing his life first. Still though, obviously great stuff for K, who's going to be able to pick up a whole lot of gold and a whole lot of XP from that movement.
Raven with what, 100 XP from level 6 or something like that? Not even 80, 50, something like that, very close. I thought K might use the Sonic Wave to try to push them away. I think maybe he had an attempt that he could have gone for to save
he did
them,
hold off with it.
He just held it. Yeah, it's a little weird, but either way, he does get the double kill. And now Raven, he's off to the jungle. Didn't get to see if they stacked a whole lot. I don't think they did. That's one thing I think Whitemon could have done a much better job of this game is just time, you know, utilizing his time a little better because stacks are king right now, especially for a hero like Alchemist. And a hero like Disruptor does not farm, so you get that extra, you know, that bounty gold from stacking, which is really needed on a hero like that.
Yeah. I mean, I always imagine, you know, when you see a mid sort of make that movement, and, you know, the ult does come out a little later, you know, there's probably something in Carl's mind that was like, yeah, I could let him die and I could get more XP out of this. You know, it's always tempting when you're making those moves as the mid.
Yeah, not in this patch especially. It's never worth those kind of things. Like your team gets so much AoE gold now that you have AoE gold and experience. Like Raven would have gotten pumped up so much from it. But yeah, I mean, it happened. Bottom, Alacrity, he's responding.
Whoa, okie dokie. With the amount of work, that's going to be a dead Cuckoo. As Cuckoo tried to go aggressive there, popping the ult as well. They do finally get Nuts dying to the Thunder Strike of Whitemon, but See there, Drew getting the kill, getting out. That's going to be some money to money towards his Battle Fury, of course. As you can see on the CS, he really was starting to fall behind on this anti-mage as Drew really began to feel the heat of Cuckoo in that lane, as we've been talking about with this 4 null tallies and now the phase boots as well. So yeah. Drew's he's got to find somewhere safer to go. He's going to head up towards the top lane and see if he's going to be able to get a bit more farm out of this bit of the map, because so far the distance between him and Raven's farm, it's pretty big, and it's only going to get larger if they can't find Drew somewhere safe to be.
Yeah, and if GEEK fam's able to just like keep this kind of pace and farm, sure, it's still very, very early on, but there's a risk that your anti-mage doesn't even get to play Dota a lot of the times when, you know, you're versus an Alchemist that's gonna go Radiance BKB. He's got good targets to Mana Void, though, is really important, right? He's got that Nature's Prophet and that Quap all throughout the game. Even Alchemist is not a bad Mana Void target as the game progresses, but that's gonna be way later down the line.
The one there for Cuckoo, more imp for him. Is he gonna be? He's gonna be nice though. He's gonna give it over to Carl. Obviously, yeah. Gonna get a lot more usage out of the actual active mana. And with the way that K wants to make moves and spam his spells for quick farm.
Wrath of Nature. Looks like it bounced to a bunch of creeps. Doesn't actually get anything. Cuckoo does have plus 20 damage up top, and they're setting up for Cuckoo.
See if they can catch him. Decently tanky. I mean, underneath the tower, he's already got that 18 armor.
His hero has insane armor, right? Yesterday we were talking about the 64. He's already up this much just under the tower. It's crazy. Guess I underestimated the 3.6 agi gain on a Nature's Prophet. Hero has such good stat values.
You can see, I mean, as you said, they did come up here, but no real way to get underneath that tower and make a move onto GEEK fam.
Look at this, look at them pinging. He pulled the whole creep wave. How good luck pushing if he just takes your creeps for a stroll. Now the catapult's on its way back toward top. K will drag a couple of the melee creeps in. There goes the siege creep. Look at it, it's just alone in the river coming to join Drew. But a job well done by Cuckoo, pushes them away from the tower, and pushing them away from the tower means Alchemist is able to get some stacks, and Raven finds himself an Iron Talon, very valuable item for an Alchemist. Off to a dream start for this Alch. Well, yeah, almost dream start.
Yeah, not necessarily, you know, record breaking, but definitely in there with up there with a good performance so far. So yeah, hitting this timing, or 2600 gold, 11 minutes. The Relic's going to be here in good time. Move down to the bottom, but Alacrity's got the Remnant out. Can easily jump away from this. White one is seeing if you can find the glimpse, but no vision and not quite having the range. Alacrity's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's got the Jelly plus the Iron Talon, so really fortunate for Raven just to be able to sit himself casually and farm. Top 3 net worth of the course.
TP's over to mid, they're going in onto K, they'll be able to get it. TP reactions may be able to find some trades for GEEK fam. They'll turn over towards KYXY, stuck in the trees once again, as he gets dragged back underneath the tower thanks to Glimpse. 1 for 1, sure, K goes down, but GEEK fam able to respond, make sure that nothing else happens on the back of that kill, keep that tower safe.
Who got the kill?
To bring down KYXY.
Nuts got the kill. Okay, it's really important in this patch. I've noticed as well is that your cores get the kills on these type of rotations. The gold influx is pretty insane compared to what it used to be. Drew, he's taking some space up top. He's actually recovered pretty decently. He's only 1400 away from that Battle Fury. Still a decent ways behind Raven. But he's got an okay game as long as he doesn't get caught by some of these glimpses early on.
Yeah, they want to put a stop to this. They know that Drew's been able to catch up. Zephyr trying to get in, get at least the vision for White One to set up with a glimpse into Static Storm. Let's see what they can do. Drew on to the side, but Zephyr straight in, looking to dive underneath the tower. The Remnant pull back, holding him in position for the Static Storm. Kinetic Field to trap it. GEEK fam, very nice move there from them to shut down the anti-mage. At the same time, towards mid though, the rest of Reality Rift will be able to collapse in onto Cuckoo. And actually looking to take this tower down with the 4 of them. So they may have, things may have slowed down in the anti-mage department, but Reality Rift are able to continue to open up more of the map for themselves.
Yeah, easily come for that tower. Did you see the item queued up by Alacrity? I've heard about this lately too. He gets the chain off in mid.
So what's the theory here? Why the
stats?
Stats, okay.
Yeah, look at how many. Look at the stats that Meteor Hammer provides. 8 stats, 6.5 health regen, and that he actually switches and goes for the drum anyway. He's memeing. All right, well, I have seen a couple people been going for like these Dominators and Meteor Hammers just for stats now because they provide so much.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, plus that. Yeah.
Look at the Dominator too. Dominator's
very
like
nice.
6.
I mean, Dominate. Yeah. Dominate.
It's nuts.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen it in sort of every single one. The Dominators.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, I've seen it on hard carries.
There's a lot of potential.
Look, I've seen it on
yeah, if it's the right
Spectres
sort of
and stuff.
hero. Yeah, for sure. Someone that wants to hit the jungle and, you know, obviously having that extra creep with the plus 40 damage, it's going to help you farm faster than, you know, as we obviously compare it to the Necro book of the previous patch. It is pretty much that new first pickup if you want to go down that sort of route with your items and with your farming.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is what I noticed was look at Helm of Iron Will just as an item period now. In the past, it was a strong item with 5 armor and 3 health regen. Now it's 5 and 5. Like, the item alone is just magnificent as well. So a lot of cool little changes that have come around through Dota.
On top. Seen the attempt onto Cuckoo. Nuts has got the grip. He's going to pop it. Holds Cuckoo in. Again, it's a second time they've been able to get this proc, but they got him once in the mid. They get him up top. Same time as well, GEEK fam with their own smoke. Gonna look to try and get some revenge for Cuckoo.
They
Oh, he blinks into this one. Straight over they go. Static Storm's down, and Drew was not ready for this. As the trap was set, he blinks immediately into the midst of it. And again, GEEK fam, we're seeing them get the anti-mage and lose the profit. It's
Radiance
sort
online.
of a trade that GEEK fam overall are going to be happy with, right? Sure, profit is still a big old core, but you're slowing down this anti-mage's game whilst Raven is, you know, closing up to the point where he's nearly double the net worth of this AM. We've got 5.6k on the AM. Raven's already in the 9k. Like, this Alchemist farm is going at a scary pace if you're Reality Rift right now. You've got to do something to try and slow him down or get more done, or at least make sure your anti-mage is not dying like this.
It's tough, though. It was actually, that smoke by GEEK fam was super clever because they wanted to just actually claim the bounty rune and also be prepared for a kill if it's there, and it just ends up being perfect for them. Bottom, Hustler, does show.
Yeah, they shouldn't have any trouble taking him out here. Yeah. 3 of them. We're able to finish him off with a big old bounce from the Nature's Wrath.
Space for Raven. And deep wards placed as well. We see GEEK fam with these super deep wards. Alacrity getting aggressive. They get a sleep vest onto the Queen.
Only got one more remnant in a second. Nuts will be able to finish off the kill with the brain sap. Trying to turn over for more, but K jumps over towards Nuts. Will hold back on the Sonic Wave as immediately Nuts goes for the TP out. There's nowhere to stop it. The Bane escapes.
4k lead. Alchemist continuing to farm. Great deep aggressive wards that I was talking about that GEEK fam got down. So this is going to give them so much information of where the AM is farming. These wards, they spot couriers, they spot all these random movements from AM. I love these wards actually, and they're very unlikely to get dewarded. I say that Nuts does find one of them. And we will all see Drew now have Battle Fury finished. Misses an ancient stack while doing so, but okay, he's now, you know, on his way, but he's half of an alchemist at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a lot of catching up to do. And I mean, what sort of is the best way for you to play if you're Reality Rift? Like, we've seen obviously GEEK fam go for these smokes consecutively, hunting for this anti-mage, and they've been successful. They've been able to catch Drew out twice. I mean, do you sort of ignore the Alk and just have to try and force him to turn up for fights by pushing for these tier 2s and trying to just get closer and closer to ending the game soon? Or do you actually have to start smoking up and going into his jungle and trying to go for the kill on him?
Oh god, it's so difficult. Like, they just don't have the damage. Yeah. Like, looking at their heroes, they just don't have it. And Alacrity, he hasn't gone for the Spirit Vessel build, so they don't have that to go for either. They're really lacking because they can't just bring enough heroes at bottom. KYXY, he's got a mech.
He has got a bit of extra tankiness. He will pop it. He's going to get glimpsed over to the side. The Remnant will catch onto Alacrity, but KYXY will live. GEEK fam, even with the Static Storm and the Sonic Wave, not quite able to burst fully through the Omni Knight.
All right.
Two ults down, Alacrity having a bit of a poke as Hustler stepping forward. Still kind of hard to fight into this though with GEEK fam having the 4 of them. Top lane, Cuckoo's going to come in for the defense, but Drew and Nuts are around. If Nuts can find a grip onto him, Might be able to go, but Cuckoo's playing it carefully. He's keeping to the trees.
He knows something's he knows something's up. Okay. Looks like he's gonna make his move up toward the jungle. They're spotting him now. No, they're just in. I mean, they have some nice wards over here as bottom. Both teams kind of just playing around each other a little bit here. Nuts playing around the vision. He really wants Cuckoo. Can't quite get him. No. Mid lane, Alacrity.
Blade Mail on K. Alacrity's got to be careful how much damage he does try and throw onto it.
Interesting. See, Raven's actually going for the Heart build. So Heart has been changed. Heart now actually just provides 1% HP regen in fights, which is pretty insane to me. So, I mean, this is probably maybe a little bit of a test or something that he has used before, because the old build was just Radiant's BKB every time. So this one maybe he feels is just that much stronger now with the change.
Yeah, and of course, he's just going to be sort of instantly healed up to full HP anytime he's outside the combat. Probably a quicker rate with the 50% amplification of his chemical rage healing.
Yep. It's kind of cool how I mean, we'll see how it all works out inside the fights. Oh, and they found an essence drink for the team too. He won't take that one, but yeah, this is hard. I mean, I was mentioning how I really don't feel like Reality Lift has enough damage in the mid game. I mean, versus an hard Alchemist, I'm definitely seeing a big concern if GEEK groups up with that.
Yeah, where's your damage? Where's your burst?
They just don't have it. They have control. They have a lot of control, but
sure,
definitely not the damage, especially not without an AM with Manta, which he's still pretty far from. Almost 20 minutes too. He's not getting the space to recover in this game. He's below the majority of the other cores.
Yeah, right.
The bounties
massive. I mean, it really is the point now where, I mean, GEEK fan, they could just start moving with Raven, right? Like,
yes,
he could just go on to Reality Rift. You know, we're talking about Reality Rift trying to make something happen onto GEEK fans half of things before it gets too late. It may have already got there. As now the threat, it's coming straight to their doorstep.
Oh God!
Just beating down here. He may get out of range. He does manage to live, but now they're going to turn Static Storm onto a Alacrity will bind so sometime with the Yules. Also at the back of the KYXY. Ice Park not going to catch on to anyone. Concoction building up. He's Yulesed up once more, and he's not going to get the chance to throw it out. Ends up self-stunning and move back over towards it, but you're seeing Raven just sitting at full HP and Reality Rift. You can feel it. They just can't go on this Alchemist.
No way. Like, no Spirit Vessel at all in their lineup either. 120 HP per second. No chance you kill him unless he's completely isolated alone. Also, the reason I said, oh no, Nuts survived, but he actually shoveled and dug a bounty rune right in front of the Alk, and they stole it.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I don't think I've never seen someone dig up a bounty rune and lose to the enemy team, especially when he's an Alchemist. Oh,
yeah, look at Zephyr, 80 gold each. He took it right in front of him. I was like, oh, he lived, you know, Nuts survived, but losing the bounty probably just worse. He probably should have just died.
Definitely worse. A free bounty for the Alk team. Oh no.
And they're still off to an excellent timing. Drew. Almost, I mean, he's getting closer to the Manta. Alacrity is still very strong with his build. He's got this drum and this Yule, the drum for the aggression, the Yule to protect himself versus the silence and stuff, but you can just still feel like it's an Alchemist draft this with pretty good backup and farm. They're still up to a fantastic pace.
I mean, you know, you see Raven, he just heads over to their half of the map, starts grabbing creeps into the jungle, and he knows he doesn't even need any sort of backup with him. Like, the odds of them being able to go on him when he's alone and killing him, even when it's sort of 5-on-1, it's not going to be easy. They just don't have the power.
Yeah, I mean, if they get like a Fiend's Grip and chain stun him before he gets his ult off, sure. But he's very likely to get his ult off, and he will almost always have somebody there to protect him. Cuckoo can just always teleport in and get a silence provided to guard, so. Mid.
I'm looking for Zephyr. Zephyr trying his best to play around the Remnant, and Cuckoo's going to come in with the TP. The Orchid straight out to Alacrity. Alacrity stuck in the Sprout. Oh, couple kills to dodge the Sonic Wave. Nicely done, but the Static Storm's there. Nuts tries to buy more time for him with the Nightmare, and it will be enough to get him out the side, but the projectile still fly through. No disjointing that with the Remnant, as this Ember Spirit will fall, despite the best effort to keep him alive. Nuts goes for a grip onto Whitemon, but instantly put to an end by the Orchid of K. That's Nuts down, and now they can just look to clean up even more GEEK fan with the Sprouts up onto KYXY. Ravens had time to turn up as well. Concoction out to Hustler. It's 3 dead. The Glitz over onto KYXY, bringing him back into the midst of all 5 of them. as they surround this Omni Knight, take him out as well. GEEK fam are just steaming ahead here. Raven getting involved in the fights. The money for this AC shortly to be done. Straight into the pit they go, and this game is just looking to get into a very difficult territory for Reality Rift to get hold of once more. I mean, Drew, he's farming, he's got his Battle Fury Manta, but it's still just so hard to see the window, the timing, where this anti-mage is going to be any sort of threat comparable to this Alchemist.
And he can always just get killed too, for sure. Manta's going to protect you from something, but Static Storm is still always going to be a big bother, and so far we have seen Whitemon have some fantastic ones. And you know what I was saying earlier about, 10 minutes ago or whatever, that, Drew, he's got his Battle Fury pretty much almost online, but this was 10 minutes ago, but will he actually get to play a game of Dota as anti-mage in this game? It's not looking like it right now from the way the GEEK Fang's playing around Raven.
I know, so
AC's done.
I need, 24 minutes in.
Oh god. Alchemist meta.
I mean, it's looking pretty good. As I said, myself personally, I'm not caught any out games, but seeing Raven show us the power of it so far, it definitely looks strong. Especially in a period of Dota where, I feel like I am seeing quite a few anti-mage picks. People are liking this hero right now. So GEEK fam just straight up showing a very sort of explicit counter to it. If you see an AM pick come out, get yourself the Alch, and if there's nothing that's going to threaten you early on, you're just able to hit this incredible amount of farm at a pace where the anti-mage can't even dream of.
Yeah, you're gonna have everything. It's just you're gonna be a full item or two ahead of the AM every time, and then AM can't man fight you. You just stand toe to toe with him, and with now the way Abyssal works and everything too, like you actually have fantastic ways to always catch the Alchemist or cast the anti-mage and kill him. And he is going for the Basher next. 25 minutes, bounty runes. Looks like it's gonna be a 2 for 2. Yeah. I've been seeing that, I've been seeing a lot of AM too, and I'm still not really sold. Like, I can see it some games, but I'm seeing a lot of these other traditional kind of carry heroes just be better because they're actually just better in the early game. They can do something early. Like, AM just does nothing. Like, I'm seeing Trolls, Ursas, and stuff like that just do better than the anti-mage because they can actually play the game.
And here we go, up to the base. GEEK fam, they're ready to start beating down to tier 3. Raven pops the Chemical Rage, hits over towards the Lackey. Lackey silenced in place. He's got some time to buy with the Yule Scepter, but the silence instantly catch him as he comes back down. Both Cuckoo and Kay having the means to silence up these mobile heroes with their Orchids. As 2 dead on Reality Rift, GEEK fam take the tier 3. They'll find this Rax as well by the looks of it. There's still tier 2s in the other lanes, so a little bit of something for Reality Rift to hold on to, the fact that they won't lose another Rax yet, at least, but it certainly does feel inevitable as GEEK fam. They've just got to take the time to head over, push down another lane, and if Reality Rift weren't able to stop them there, what's going to be able to allow them to stop GEEK fam next time?
No, I mean, GEEK fam just go again. Cuckoo push out top, everyone else run mid. They can end the game. I don't think that there's any way that Reality Rift can do a single thing to Raven. And he's level 18 now too, so, well, he's 18 for bottom as well, but level 3 Chemical Rage, Basher. And now also Kay has his own ways of defending himself with a BKB on top of that Aegis. I think you just end this game. If you're in GEEK fam's position, you have nothing else to really wait for. Only thing you wait for is for Drew to actually become a hero, so. Push it down a bit.
Intentions of letting that happen as another tower taken. The creep wave starting to come in, so GEEK fam can immediately move back up to the high ground. There's no backdoor protection at all here for Reality Rift, but GEEK fam being able to keep this creep wave in good stead.
Like, look at Raven's HP. 150 HP per second. He's just standing in Macro Pyre. Backs up for a second. That heart is about to kick back in with Chemical Rage. I mean, it doesn't even matter. He gets full healed before it. And Cuckoo deals with top. Looks like they're gonna back up. They did have a ward that did watch Drew there for a second, so maybe they want to try to catch this anti-mage once here. They're all backing up.
If they can get yours into Remnant, Static Storm, they can definitely still blow up this anti-mage if Raven can get in on top of it.
Yep. I'm surprised how much they did actually back up here. Yeah, let me just, I guess, playing a little bit careful. gives Drew a little bit more time to actually become a hero. Drew now has the Scotty finished up, so great stats for him. He actually can stand toe-to-toe, and that's the HP regen, you know, reduction a little bit if he is able to hit on the Alchemist. Still very scary. I feel like he can still just get turned on and get bashed.
Oh, and also DD found by Raven. So if they weren't ready to go for a second Rax before now, they certainly will be. As Drew still trying his best, just cutting the creeps top, keeping at least one lane shot heavily over to Geek Fam's half. We saw last time did work out to causing Geek Fam to back away.
Drew, they're starting to try to set up behind him. Aegis gets reclaimed. TP in the back line, but it's watched by Ward. Nuts has to get out. Drew as well.
They make it away. And we saw Cuckoo there draw the lines, and sort of ferocious scribbling on both of the side lanes. Seems that he really doesn't want to make the call to go high ground mid until they are able to deal with these side lanes. Make sure that Drew is not getting the space to push in on Geek Fam's half of the map and far away from the action.
Yeah. He's going to immediately now play around bottom, I'd imagine, on Drew, since he probably knows that there's a lot of wards up top, since Geek Fam just ran all the way through there. Probably wants to play away from that area. He's got the Paladin sword as well. He's doing his split push action. 30 seconds until the new outposts, as well as the bounties.
Got full Abyssal on Raven now. So,
much
30 minutes. Incredible farm from Raven this game on the out. Radiance, Abyssal, Heart, AC.
Titan Sliver also picked up that one in the last few moments from the neutrals.
See what Drew can do. I mean, Drew, it really will rest on Drew's shoulders this game. If there's going to be any chance for Reality Rift. They're already indeed inside the base. Hustler alone, trying to draw their attention away from the tower, but he cannot do so, as they have no trouble getting on top of them. The tier 3's going down. Reality Rift's going to have to come back. Zephyr is indeed. He jumps straight away onto Hustler as Hustler goes down straight away. Silencing a concoction. Sometime more by the Earth. The Static Storm persists. Nightmare buys some more time. He's able to live a little longer. Actually trying to jump away with the remnants, but Clay is able to get it. One final hit takes him out. Double kill as he picks up Nuts as well. As Geek Fam 19-7, 20k lead. They're cleaning this one up. The top racks go down. Raven moves over towards the mid. Drew and KYX, while they're trying to find something, they will be able to get the bottom racks. But meanwhile, back on their own base, it is indeed. The third and final set going down as Geek Fam clean up. And now, if Reality Rift do want to try and play on, it's going to have to be against the Mega Creeps.
And I don't think that they have, I mean, they have Ember and AM, but I don't think that they're going to have to deal with the onslaught that's going to come into their base now. If Geek Fam even holds up, they could probably still chill in the area here to look to end. This feels like this game, this was kind of the pace of the game that we knew was going to come. Like, Raven just was getting all the space in the world to farm. They could not pressure enough. A great balance of draft from Geek Fam, good moves around, and this AM just, I mean, Drew did not get to play anti-mage. He just got to play the split push game.
Nuts and KYX trying to give it one final attempt, but Nuts immediately jumps upon by Raven with his Abyssal Blade. The Ice Path from Magnifier is down. Static Storm's there. Onto Drew. Drew trying to commit. A do find White Mod. See if Drew can do anything else here. Who's he going to go for? Jumps over towards Cave. The Ice Path catches the Queen of Pain. They'll get themselves another with the Mana Boy. Drew able to find it. They turn over towards Raven. Raven, he's punching back hard. Drew has to blink back to safety. They're still trying to bring Raven down, though. Another trap with the Ice Path. Raven's getting low, as they will be able to finally kill him slowly but surely. KOXY smashing him down with a hammer. They have done what seems to be impossible. Kill the Raven Alchemist. Of course, not before their base got incredibly destroyed by Geek Fam, as only a tier 4 left standing. But they're going to try and see what they can do with this. Drew's going to charge straight down mid. Maybe see if they can force a buyback out of either K or Raven, and somehow open an opportunity to turn this game around. I mean, it still feels incredibly slim, but this is this opportunity, this small chance for Reality Rift to do something, sort of against all the odds.
Very small chance. But still, Drew, he did get the big kill bounty. He finished up his butterfly and everything too. And now he's able to actually get inside of fights. With Heavenly Grace thrown on him the whole time, he is, you know, he is online. He doesn't have a basher or anything like that, but he does hit buildings.
He's going to jump over towards Zephyr. Zephyr quickly to jump back out. KOX which is constantly keeping Drew buffed up. Drew jumping in. He's looking for the squishy kills. Whitemon has been slowed by the Skadi. 5 seconds and K will be back in the game as the Quap. Looking for tier 3 tower. They're still sticking around. Static Storm. There's the trap. They managed to catch through it and getting him on.
A lot of damage.
He needs help. Is he going to get it? The Nightmare buys him some time. He's getting jaws dumped into the air here, but he's still taken out. They kill off Drew. Drew dead for 90. He himself without buyback available as he's 900 gold short. That was the one shot there for Reality Rift to try and get something done, and that indeed is it. They know they're not going to have another chance. GG's called. Geek Fam will take this first game, as at the end of the day, that Alchemist pickup, it really was the answer to everything that Reality Rift wanted to do. It countered this AM strat entirely.
You're back. Are you gonna tell me where you went? All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave.
of look at RR and their players and how they play,
10 seconds.
it's pretty easy to just pinpoint what hero goes on which player because of how
Their playstyle.
how their playstyle, how straightforward their playstyle is, right?
And
Another-
maybe, sorry, continue first.
Yeah, another thing I want to point out on the Weaver pick, because we haven't talked about it, is that the flexibility that this hero gives you. Most of the time, we want heroes that gives you a lot of flex, so that you kind of confuse the opponent a little bit. But I feel like Weaver is not that kind of heroes that can give you very good flex hero, because most of the time you want Weaver as a gacha pick, as a gimmick hero.
Yeah.
But if you flex this hero to the carry role, you are playing it against the Bat Rider, against the Shaker. You are not going to have a very good time as a carry Weaver though.
Yeah.
So do you want to still remain him as a flex, or do you want to just force and stay him as the post-4 hustler?
Yeah,
hustler.
I feel like if you're looking at RR, this Weaver is a if you pick Weaver on other teams, maybe you can fool someone. But on RR, I don't think GEEK fam is going to worry too much about this. They just have to kind of draft around this Weaver pick and force this Weaver into a role that is uncomfortable for RR, because we've seen Drew play Weaver. He played that one game, and that game was
Devastating.
That was a devastating game for RR.
Yeah, I'm just afraid teams are going to just pull out so many flags, right? And then end up they are just forcing themselves to the corner.
You just confuse yourself, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Radiant
now what do I
team
pick?
back.
Maybe the other opponent outdrafts you, and all of a sudden you realize, wait, this isn't working anymore, guys. We are supposed to be the team with the gacha pick, not so much the other way around.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you look at RR, if you pick a Weaver this early, you open it. A lot of cores can be picked to counter the Weaver, regardless of if he's a core or a support. Like the most obvious one that we saw was the PA. Like if the PA goes over to GEEK fam, they don't have to worry too much, right? Ursa's banned, Morphling's banned, there's no Slug, there's no PL. Feels like a PA game for GEEK fam if they want to go for that.
Yeah.
I think if GEEK fam is on their, on a very hot roll in terms of playing the mind games, they can go something like picking a Phoenix here, forcing Reality Rift to go for Snapfire, because we all know how much R loves the Snapfire.
Yeah.
And if they go to that route, they'll be forcing the Weaver to be playing at the carry role, which is not really good, right? Because you have the Shaker, you have the Weaver, you have the Bat Rider, I mean. So maybe GEEK fam will see that coming and try to outplay them in terms of mind game.
The PA ban, RR knows. They've experienced the PA.
Yep.
I'm wondering what we're going to actually be seeing for Reality Rift. Their next hero, what are they pairing up with these two heroes? Support picks, do you feel? KYXY coming first?
You definitely want to have some kind of save. I think Oracle Venge are particularly good here against the Bat Rider, of course.
But sadly, it's not really an RR hero.
What about Jazzle? Maybe push.
There goes the save.
There's the save, alright.
Most likely going to be a KY Abaddon.
Is it time to see Io on Reality Rift? No.
Highly unlikely.
Okay. I was hoping.
I mean, hoping for that.
I'm hoping for that, but
never mind.
Knowing RR, IO is not like you can't find IO anywhere.
Yeah.
So
hey, they could be practicing this. We just don't know.
The gotcha pick, right?
The gotcha pick. Last pick IO.
Now you have the Grimstroke. Suddenly IO doesn't look that good anymore.
Weaver doesn't look that good anymore on the carry role.
Weaver looks a little bit scary here.
No, Weaver should be scared. Like this Grimstroke Bat Rider and Shaker.
10 seconds remaining.
So assuming that the Weaver is going to play a supporting role, what's the job for the Weaver in this game?
I think all you want to do is farm.
You just want the axe.
Yeah, all you want to is to get an axe, because Abaddon is not the hero that wants to get a lot of farm. Most of the time, if you pick Abaddon as a core in the Bat Rider, you want to be shadowing your carry to protect him or your core. So Weaver is the one, he takes on the role to soak up all the leftover resources on the map.
Yeah, you just get the axe and just save your teammate as much as you can. The defensive items like axe, solar crest, what else? The Lotus Orb, the Lincoln Sphere. But generally you want to get the axe as soon as you can. So that is the job of a support Weaver.
Now the only concern here, if you look at Reality Rift's draft, is that initiation, they kind of have it with the Void Spirit. Not really. It looks like they want to counterplay GEEK fam when GEEK fam initiates, but where's the damage? And we've got a Spirit Breaker. Is this
Hustler's Spirit Breaker.
That's the core, that's the Drew Weaver, 100%.
Alright, calling it Bloodseeker pick here.
What about Nuts? What about the last hero? Is that Nuts' hero then? Or does Nuts play the Weaver?
Or maybe Nuts is playing the Abaddon.
Maybe.
Like we have seen a lot of Abaddon
think so.
5 against Bat Rider, right?
Yeah. Then maybe you can get a KY hero last, right? But well, maybe like you said, like in the previous series, Boom against TNC, game 2 is where you go crazy, right? You just want to throw everything out. Spirit Breaker is a pick that you honestly just don't see it that often.
It's great though, because if
You
you
have to
look
play
at
fast.
if
right?
you look at what RR have right now, they actually have a lot of vision going their way,
Yeah.
right? You've got the vision from the Spirit Breaker charge, and then you've also got the bugs from the Weaver. So they've got a lot of chase, but they got to back it up with damage, because if you're not killing, chasing doesn't mean anything.
They have good ways to go onto the back lines of GEEK Fam right now. Oh, Ricky is gonna be a pick.
I still feel like the
They're,
beast.
they're picking Ricky into Bara though. That's not naturally the best matchup that you are looking for, because Bara can always just identify where's the Ricky at, charge him, bring a dust.
Yeah, I still feel like
they got Shaker though, I think. Good
Yeah.
counter initiation.
well, you can kind of stop the Bara if you see him. That's one thing. That's pretty much it.
But then Bara will always charge in with Bulldogs, so you get Fisher. After 0.5 seconds, he will wake up again.
Yeah. It's just like go like you max bulldoze and your greater bash. I think Beastmaster is not bad for RR. If they really want to go down this route, like you pick a KI hero last,
Yeah.
then you just try to go for as fast as possible. Beastmaster allows that. Legion Commander also allows that.
Just letting you know though, if they pick Beastmaster, it's going to ruin this color theme. I mean, you got blue and green versus red and orange.
So what are the blue offlaners?
Enigma.
Enigma.
Oh yeah, KY Enigma, right?
But Enigma is like terrible against Ricky.
Yeah, like you play Enigma
you
into
don't
this lineup, you're asking to get run at. Like,
Jokes aside, anything else that really fits in? Looks like DK's banned out first for Geek Fam, so they're worried more about a DK. Beastmaster likely to be the next ban. Any other heroes that really stick out?
I feel like Underlord could be one pick. We have seen a lot of Underlord pick into Ricky. Like the Pete plus the Atos is really good against Ricky on paper. And Underlord has been one of RR's favorite hero.
yeah, they love the Underlord. They provide so much control. And Ricky in general, he's a single target, single target focused core, right? He likes to dart in and out, go into invulnerability with the tricks of the trades. But if you have the Pit of Malice, this Ricky is not going anywhere. He hates being locked down, and Pit of Malice is one of the skills that can really lock the Ricky down.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the best Ricky game, to be honest. Normally you want to just go in and pop someone and quickly get out, but look at our heroes, they are so elusive. You got to go for the back lines. They are Bara and Abaddon.
They're pretty tanky as well,
Yeah,
right?
pretty tanky. Like there's no good targets for the Ricky to jump on right now. That's something that worries me.
I mean, for all we know, they can still flex this. They can play like Weaver, Bara support, right? And they last pick like Drew's hero. And I think it's still pretty possible. If they see the Ricky and they feel confident to go for a Drew hero, maybe a Spectre will be decent for RR. I think Spectre is great with the Bara. You have the
Haunt to stop the dagger initiation for Sheikah.
And you have the Abaddon and the Weaver to protect the Spectre. The anti-mage, well, I mean anti-mage is still kind of okay, but takes slightly longer.
But early game, wouldn't it be a little bit worrisome for RR, because they won't really have the easiest way of initiating any fights. They wouldn't be able to finish anyone off.
I think Spec is, in this scenario, Spec is slightly better. You can go like what Arthur pointed out, right? Your drums, your blade mail, diffusal, anything that allows the Spectre to fight early. Even Helmet of the Dominator, right? You get your setter running around with you or your Alpha Wolf. That's gonna help against Geek Fam's hero as well. And whenever you haunt him, you want someone to follow up with you, and Bara is gonna do just that. So I think they can still go for a Drew hero, but it really depends if RR wants to go crazy with this one.
All right, what's the plan here for Reality Rift? Geek Fam, they finalized the draft. Pretty solid all round. I think the roles are pretty clear here for Geek Fam. But Reality Rift, how are they going to match this tempo? Because we can definitely see that Geek Fam want to fight fast.
I think they are fine with the Spec pick. I like the Spec pick, but it depends on how confident they are.
I mean, there are two routes, right? You can go for the Spec and then make sure you sustain yourself through or very
Spec.
So right now they have a lot of tools to sustain through Geek Fam's early initiation.
Yeah.
As long as you make sure you stay alive after the first wave of initiation coming off from Geek Fam, eventually Geek Fam are going to run out of damage.
Yeah.
You just have to make sure you atomize correctly against that and don't lose your lane so hard.
Yeah. This is the game where it's like a Spec game, right? is you are going to hit a timing where this spec just out carries everyone, and you just need to reach that timing.
Yep.
It looks like it's also full commitment for GEEK Fam, because if they try and retreat from the team fight, then they're going to be charged, they're going to be hit by Spectral Dagger, you've got the bugs for the Weaver, so much chase potential.
You know what? Spec is also another hero that would unite the enemy to really group out and play as a team and end the game fast, just like anti-mage.
Yeah, but Spec is like a harder challenge.
Yeah, harder challenge.
Because Spec it doesn't mind fighting early on.
Alright, predictions. Team red or team blue?
I'm gonna go with team red.
Blue.
Oh, okay, so we got 1-1 today.
1-1.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, folks, thank you for your predictions. We are going to jump into our final game of the night. OD Pixel and Fog will be taking you on that adventure. So please take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Stanley. And Jeff Fogt, we're seeing this time round, Drew, he's able to get that last hero. It's going to be the Spectre. He wasn't able to carry game 1 on his shoulders as the anti-mage. Do you sort of prefer his chances here in game 2 with the Spectre this time round?
If they can delay the game, I could see a potential because he's got the backup of an Abaddon and a Weaver, and we've seen these Weavers before go for this Aghanims build. You know, your urn into your Aghanims. Resetting a Spectre if they can get the late game is definitely going to be really powerful. Spectre versus this Earthshaker and Batrider Blink Initiators also pretty strong, but he has to get to that point, which I'm a little concerned about.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. As you say, there's a lot of fighting forces that are going to come out from GEEK Fam a little earlier than maybe the Spectre's going to be happy with. We'll see if GEEK Fam can slow them down. We'll see what goes down here in game 2, ladies and gentlemen, as we get it started.
Lives on. Balance.
Yeah, because I mean that is the thing, right? Any sort of lineup that has these sort of playmaking cores backed up by just the solid supports of heroes as a Grimstroke and a Shaker. Yeah, you've got to be scared of that, right? Because these heroes are going to come at you.
And they're going to utilize Grimstroke at their maximum. 2 heroes with Gap Close, the Ricky as well as the Ember Spirit. Grimstroke is still one of my favorite heroes in participation with these gap closers. Your Inkswell is always going to work out really nicely. And they've got great combos to do with it too. Only one really with the Soulbind with that Batrider, but it doesn't matter. They're going to utilize just the Inkswell. That's the reason that they have this hero rather than the Soulbind for the most part. Immediately looking like they want to start off aggro. Batrider plus Earthshaker is a really strong duo too, because this Batrider just gets pretty much fed all of the levels. Earthshaker keeps putting the lane in a good positioning for him to play aggressive. He is going to be playing versus an Abaddon, so that will at least counteract the majority of the aggression that will come out from that bat.
Yeah, and having sort of that Abaddon in the lane with your Spectre, is that enough to keep you happy with staying down here as a Spectre? Like that sort of solves that whole issue of laning against the bat. You're not going to try moving things around.
With the Abaddon down there, no, they should be able to do just fine down there. It is going to be a little weird because they do have what it looks like. I mean, it is a double melee, so they will get punished, and they still can get dove and killed from rotations and fissure blocks. But Spectre can at least play around it. That's the important thing. Abaddon might die, but Spectre can just dagger and run through the trees or through the fissure, etc. And we did see, I think Danley was the one who said it. Did you see that Team Red versus Team Blue? Like RR literally picked like all blue looking, and then GEEK Fam's all red, and not only just all red, all immortals. We see the golden crown on Ricky, the golden whatever is on the Ember, the golden Grimstroke, the golden Batrider, and then a plain Earthshaker. But besides the Earthshaker, they're all golden.
True, they've definitely shown up in style here today for this game too.
Did you get any good ones? I didn't get anything in mind, man. I got all the basics.
Oh, I've not opened them yet. What, have you actually opened them?
Yeah, I opened 5, and I got none of the ones I wanted.
No.
I didn't get the Grims. I got the Underlord. I was pretty upset about that one, but that one looks cool, but I don't play it. I really want a Grim.
I've not really seen too much Underlord actually in this patch.
No.
It's in the games here in the SEA League, for sure. Talked about offlane, this will be KYXY. This game going to be playing this offlane Spirit Breaker. He's queuing up that Helm first that we were sort of raving about last game. So interesting to see how he sort of plays with this offlane Spirit Breaker rushing a Helm. It's going to be something a little new for this patch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely curious to see what he's gonna be able to do, because I've not been seeing Spirit Breaker have the most success. he has ways to get access, you know, with vision, with that Spectre ulti in particular all the times, and he's got, if he gets a charge on the Ricky before fights, you know, he probably has the vision, but yeah, we'll see what he's able to do, because he's a tanky frontliner, so dying top, probably not too likely, but it also is an insanely strong duo from GEEK fam.
You see down bottom, Dagger is out onto Cuckoo. I mean, immediately GEEK fam just trying to make a go onto whoever isn't saved by the shield, who doesn't have those stacks removed. They try for nuts, but he is able to step far enough away.
Yep, Cuckoo is actually getting hit quite a lot here, dropping very low. Only has 2 tangos. Trying to make sure they get the range creeps. Nice little dagger there by Drew.
Again, another bit of an attempt, but again, put to a stop. I mean, it's going to be very hard for them to ever get Drew. Nuts is always going to use the shield upon him. It's just Nuts himself that has to be a little careful when he does do so, as it does leave him a little vulnerable. But you see at the level 1s, nothing to fear too much. It's just when sort of the 2s, especially when the 3s come out and they have that extra bit of lockdown to bully him after he's used the shield.
If Drew has to be careful how far away he plays too. Like right now he's got the 6 stacks up, he actually has to back away. I'm batting a bit too far. And we did see top KYX, well, he did get gone on. He actually had to TP back to base. That's really painful as a Spirit Breaker who has Bash level 1 nut charge. So run all the way back up there. His hustle will get all the XP, but Spirit Breaker does not like getting slowed down early game. This hero does not have a great catch-up mechanic. He's all about just fighting. He does not hit creeps. So wants to have a good start in the lane in particular for him.
Just be careful on the tower. And I mean, what's sort of the potential like for this Spirit Breaker to get active on the side of, you know, against this heroes of GEEK fam? Like, do you see sort of easy Spirit Breaker charge targets to come out this game?
No. He's playing versus Earthshaker and Ember. Both these two in particular can play against it very, very easily. I guess if he gets the charges initially on the bat, if people are showing in lane, but I don't really see the easiest targets for him. He can even just get like ulted by the Grimstroke in a lot of situations too, and he can stop a lot of the charge and aggression. Not the easiest, definitely not for the Spirit Breaker. Not till the mid game at least.
See mid, Zephyr did come into trying to set up onto Alacrity, but Alacrity has skill with the Dissimulate here at level 4, so Fisher block-offs aren't going to be available onto him on mid, so Alacrity's going to feel very safe. The CS at the moment between mid, 17-0 on K, 14 for 6 on Alacrity, so rather close right now, just a little bit of an XP advantage for Alacrity, about half a level's bottom lane. They're able to finally get in onto Cuckoo, trying to escape with the Firefly, but they chase him down. You know, with Zephyr moving around the map as this Shaker, Cuckoo alone, RR seeing an opportunity to get something done.
Yeah, a bit of a weird death to have happen actually. Cuckoo, like, he's playing versus just a dagger slow. He just got caught off guard by the dagger, I guess. Something I feel like you can't give up kills like that to a Spectre lane. It's a super passive lane. Definitely a big blunder by Cuckoo in the bottom lane there, giving up that one.
And in the river, a bit of a blunder there. It felt like a Zephyr did fish a Hustler in what seemed to be in time for K to be able to refill his bottle, but he didn't pick up the rune in time, as Hustler was still able to get it. So that bottle refill was denied from K, despite Zephyr looked like at least coming in at the right time with that Fisher to help him out. So this is going to hurt for K as he's now out of regen, and Lacrity's going to have full roll the lane. Get down bottom. This guy's the second time. What's he doing?
I mean, that's game losing.
2 times in a...
You can't feed a Spectre. You can't feed a Spectre like this. You just gave Drew, he literally has like a Dominator almost finished now because of that. I mean, that's literally game losing. You can't, like, you just play passive or go elsewhere as the bat. You can't play so over aggressive. Unsure what's really going on with Cuckoo.
He was trying to cut the wave, it seemed, past the tower. But again, just Drew able to get on top of him. And now we're just going to have complete free farm. Even if Cuckoo does come back to the lane with these levels that Drew has, he's not going to care at all. As you said with the Helm, just having that regen, that amount of stats. Now, this is no longer sort of a core that you can bully that easily as a bat.
No, now Nuts can actually just move around. He has boots. Look, he's actually pressuring K in mid as in a 5 position to bat, and this is, I mean, that's really devastating, honestly. I'm not too sure what happened. I wasn't looking bottom, but like Cuckoo doesn't have boots now bottom either. He's easily going to get chased, and K mid is getting pressured.
See top lane, they do manage to get the kill onto KYXY. Zephyr able to join the forces with the three of them, find that setup. He's really trying to bully December before K hits the 6. Something that he's still, again, about a level and a half behind Alacrity's Void Spirit. Zephyr coming over, looking for the Fisher setup, but Alacrity has to dissimulate. He's up to the high ground and won't be able to catch him. Starts to bottle refill himself. Back up to a decent amount of HP, so has no threat. Bounty room, the sort of power room control is going to be down bottom, so Nuts is able to take that. They still go with the Fisher onto Alacrity, but Alacrity steps forward as he's got the pulse. Also has the Astral Step, and with the charge through from that KYXY, Reality Rift will be able to find that kill in mid.
Very nice. They're actually going to have 2 Dominators, I'm seeing, because the Spectre's going one and the... Well, Spectre has one. 6-minute Dominator. Finished, and KYXY is also going to be going for one too. He's actually going to charge his way toward bottom. It will be spotted across the mid-wave.
Cuckoo's in trouble. He's pretty deep, sticking around, trying for creeps. He's got to go for the TP though, and we'll be able to do so far before KYXY's near. So at least this time won't give up his life, but again, it's more free space for this Spectre with nobody to worry about at all being in this lane against him.
And he is the king of the late game. Like Spectre in this game, he has a very good game versus that Ricky. Top, they will find the catch onto Hustler. Charge from KYXY, gets the bash.
That's going to get him the kill in return. At least finding the trade here on the top. Support for a support. See what sort of move Alacrity wants to make. He's going to stay sticking around this mid lane for now. Head straight back over. K now much less of a threat, having the 6 with his Remnant available. Nuts is still sticking around, trying to play for this. So Alacrity looks to quickly burst through the wave. A 2K lead right now for Reality Rift. A very solid start for them here in this game too.
Cuckoo's charged again. TP's on cooldown to far one, and it looks like he'll probably go through the river, so they should
also got the
see it.
Centaur. They can move it into the stun. Zephyr trying to slow it down, but still able to get the stun off with the Centaur. Zephyr popping the Fisher out. Does, if anything, cause Cuckoo down to take a bit of a longer route around, but there's a lot of backup this time for GEEK Fat Raven. Steps forward, the X-Flow stun is going to catch onto the 2 of them. They take down Nuts, turn over towards 2. Alacrity dies beyond the tower, though, and will still be able to find the kill onto Cuckoo. In fact, Alacrity, he comes straight back over. He wants to keep fighting into this. Raven's trying to chase down KYXY. Will find him or not. KYXY charge out just in time. The Fisher puts it to an end. Raven will still be able to jump across and make sure they get the kill. Haunts out as Drew is ready to return to the action. Has been able to kill off the Grimstroke, but now they're on top of Alacrity. The Void Spirit will also end up falling beyond the tower. Drew does dive in, takes out Zephyr, but now K, Raven and Cuckoo, they're looking to chase him. He's got the safety of Nuts by his side. See how much K can do it. Change back up in a second. Nuts is only going to be able to save the one of them. He turns over towards Drew, offers him up a shield. Costs him his own life though, of course, as K picks up the triple, and he's not done yet. He's going to have change back up in a second. Cuckoo has the lasso, drags Drew back. GEEK Fam, they slaughter Reality Rift down there in the bottom half and entirely close that lead that Reality Rift were going to get, whilst K just comes out with a huge amount of kills and the money for his own to be complete.
And Cuckoo survives all of it. I think that's one of the really important things I'm watching, is because he really needed some type of catch-up back in there. Excellent TP by Raven. I mean, everybody really went down there, utilizing Inkswell at its maximum, catching multiple heroes. Hustler actually did not TP the whole time, is something important to point out. He stayed top to pressure and just farm. So they have a priority in mind of just, Hustler, get that Aghanims online. That's what we talked about earlier. Get that Urn, get that Ags, and then all he has to do is just reset Drew over and over again inside the fights. But GEEK Fam needed that fight to be able to be in an okay spot, because it's still not looking great. Like, they still have, there's way too much farm on the Spectre still after all this because of the deaths by Cuckoo. Still all the way at the top of that net worth, and a lineup that should probably be behind in net worth is ahead. They're still 2K advantage at this 10 minutes, which is really detrimental for GEEK Fam.
How's Raven doing on the defusal? Just one of the blades done. A golden blade. KYXY Cuckoo, no lasso for 20 seconds. So KYXY not under too much threat, just trying to get his helm done. Only a recipe away for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So it looks like Drew's actually gonna, okay, so he wants to play around the annoying chains and these little disables and stuff that he can. He's gonna actually go for his Manta early on. Still really strong Spectre build up anyway.
Well, what are sort of the other builds that you've seen coming out when
just
you go for
the Radiance? I still just see the Radiance. Yeah. Okay. Actually gets hit by the back.
Into the Remnant. One more bash would do it. It's not going to be there. Okay, gets the chance to Remnant out to the river. He's fine. Down bottom, GEEK fam still sticking around the four of them. Cuckoo's actually going to TP up towards the top to put some pressure once again onto Drew. Force him out of this area of the map. Down bottom, trying to collapse in. They get the silence into the X-Trail stun. And Raven's found the setup, but he doesn't quite have the damage. The time lapse is off, and Raven ends up going down underneath the tower as the backup from Reality Rift comes into play.
Dire's middle tower.
Alacrity coming in and making sure that they have the burst damage to kill off Raven there.
I don't think
they were very quick to make that move, knowing that Cuckoo had left to go to the top lane.
I don't think they expected Hustler to be so tanky. Like they really wanted to overextend to dive from there, even putting a sentry under the tower. But this Weaver, I mean, he has a point booster, like we mentioned. He sat top and farmed. A lot tankier than they expected. 3K lead. 3K lead with a Spectre draft. I mean, definitely got to be a bit concerned here for GEEK fam. They have to ramp up that pressure and utilize Inkswell with Ricky at its absolute maximum in this game. Kind of be tough though.
Advantage, a 3K lead still for Reality Rift. Zephyr, 1100 towards his blink, so he's about halfway there. But it's the fact that once these playmaking items come out from GEEK fam, it is going to be at the same time that the Axe is likely to be done, or at least very close to be done. So again, between Hustler and Nuts, lots of ways to make sure that these cores are going to feel so safe in the fights.
Yeah, absolutely. They just have to sit back and farm. I don't feel like Reality Rift doesn't have to force the issue at all in this game. And the problem with GEEK fam's draft is they don't take towers. And look at them, everyone's just kind of hitting the jungle right now. No one's really showing inside of the lanes at all in their draft either. And this just means that Reality Rift's just going to push the lanes in and then have free control of the whole map for the next few moments. We do see them start to TP out to look for some aggressive play. Cuckoo has bots, but the response is already around the area.
Oh. Gonna get the last side. Drags him over towards Zephyr. Zephyr's got the echo. He's gonna pop it. Is it enough to take down Drew though? Shield out. Still finds the chains. K holding it in place, but the charge from KYXY comes in onto Cuckoo. Drew is fine. Soulbind on the two of them. GEEK fam still trying to make a fight happen here. It's K. Is being as well. Won't quite be in range. And KYXY is now looking to turn. He's got the 6, but the Remnant's out. K will be able to get back underneath the tower. KYXY going to turn for the easier kill of Whitemon. Charging in onto the Grimstroke. Remnant pull back as well. RR find the two of them.
There is nothing.
I guess, I mean, that seems like maybe it was some type of... Like, Cuckoo wanted to force the issue, right? He TP'd, they have vision. You see that ward behind? They had full vision of the backup of RR, and he just still wanted to force the issue super hard. Raven had a TP, but he made the choice to not come, so some disconnection definitely coming out for GEEK fam in this game so far. And RR, I mean, they're looking real solid right now. The Spectre is just still full free farming, no pressure on him.
No, not at all. I mean, 6,700 gold. Who's the closest? Raven really needs that defusal done. It's just about a robe of the Magi away, so should have it ready for the next fight. Already the backups inbound on towards the bottom. GEEK fam smoking up Zephyr, K, and Whitemon wanting to make something happen. The only hero down here though, KYXY, and he's already charging out of this whole part of the map. So GEEK fam not looking like they'll find anything around it with the smoke.
Yeah, Zephyr shows himself mid as well. Hustler 3/4 of the way toward an Aghanim. Maybe that's the one they want to catch. They have a ward for him. They have a sentry down preemptively as well. Hustler, they're gonna make the go.
They're gonna try. Set up into the silence. That'll do it. Nicely executed there by GEEK fam. The trap is set and successful.
Now they're getting, you know, that was the best move that they've made so far in the game. Like, that was very well coordinated and well set up. They have to keep the composure in this game and keep this. They have to pick up the pace though of the tempo. The Spectre is getting way too much on the map. So now with the Diffusal Blade finished up on Raven, I think it's really go time. Raven has to be super active on the map, moving around with his Grimstroke so that the other two get the opportunity to push the lanes out. That's going to be kind of the job I feel that K should be doing with Cuckoo, just constantly shoving those lanes out to give information so that Raven can look for the ganks with his Grimstroke over and over again.
Starting to play around with KYXY. Cuckoo coming in as well, charging forward. Nuts already using the shield. Cuckoo doesn't want to go for the grab, of course, though, onto Nuts. He knows that Nuts has everything ready to go with the borrowed time, so he's struggling to find a target. Movement towards top mid lane, setups there. Raven jumps in, but the Yules is going to be nicely done by Alacrity to dodge that initial stun. Buys him time to get up to dissimilate, and he's still got an Astral Step as Alacrity makes it away from them. Charge forward from KYXY. He continues to charge straight in. All right. What's he doing? He just charged straight in. There was nobody else with any sort of intention to fight there. I mean, it wasn't even like he needed to go in to save Alacrity. Alacrity was long gone.
It's just Spirit Breaker syndrome. Sometimes you just, you know, you click the charge and you're just, you're going.
Every generation.
He went for it. And he's dead for it.
Some time without him on the map. They're still able to free farm though. Look at the way that they're playing around the lanes. Drew always has Nuts sitting behind him, putting some wards up. Hustler constantly pushing out lanes. Hustler is 20 gold from his Aghanims. They're trying to set a trap for him. Raven's in. The Cloud. Fusel. Shut up.
I mean, GEEK fam are certainly using this timing on Raven's Diffuser Blade very nicely, as we did sort of hope to see them do so with this lineup.
Yeah.
Just constantly finding pickoffs for Raven to combo up with a support and get these kills done.
Look at what Ricky's going back for. An item that I've seen this done too. This Diffusal into go back for the Battle Fury so you can farm and be a carry. I know some players really don't like this. I think I was listening to like Mason and stuff saying he really dislikes this because it like slows down your whole entire idea of what Ricky's supposed to be played like, which I kind of agree with too. But whatever, you know, I think players are still, you know, it's so fresh in the patch. People are really trying to experiment and get all the information they can right now. And it's not like Ricky Battle Fury is bad. It still does a ton of damage to get good situations.
Because, you know, even in some of the previous patches, we were seeing some Diffuser into Battle Fury on Ricky.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, definitely fits the playstyle Raven wants to do. You know, he is just traditionally this late game carry sort of player, so I think he's sort of saying, you know, let me get this Battle Fury team and I will be able to out carry the Spectre, or at least give it a really good shot as the game goes on.
Exactly. I think that's the biggest thing is mid. Okay. Ooh. It's melted down pretty hard. He has an necessary to reset, but KYXY's in.
Yep, still got the charge on the Cuckoo. Fish go down. Zephyr. Oh, it's a beautiful 3-man Echo Slam, but do they have the follow-up? It doesn't look like they do. He may have got in there and slammed the 3 of them, but then, well, Zephyr's not getting out. Whitemon will be able to TP away. I mean, it was obviously going to be tempting for him. He had the blink. He wanted to go for it, but there just wasn't any follow-up.
No, K was already, he just got gone on it mid. He was at like 20% HP. Raven, I'm not sure, I think he must have TP'd elsewhere. His TP canceled it as soon as he saw the fight going bad, but he was not in the fight, so they don't have their majority of damage and the utilization of the Grimstroke. And Cuckoo's the one who got gone on. Now to Roche. Spectre lineup with Roche. He cannot make too many more of those mistakes in this game, or it's going to be real tough for them in these next few moments.
Yeah, the sort of distance between the Spectre and everyone else in the game is only going to get bigger until Raven has that Battle Fury. And his progress on that, just still a perseverance away, Raven. Cuckoo has got the blink that now though, so GEEK fam, they really do have multiple ways of really getting a fight started. Especially with this Manta done on Drew, and now that Aegis, it's not going to be easy, even with this ability to make the jump, to actually bring down some of these slippery heroes like the Spectre with her Manta.
And it's a Hustler with an Aghanim's always behind, on top of with shields and everything too, so it's real hard to focus fire a single target. They're going to have to get some like perfect initiations or double silences or clouds off in the back to ensure that they can actually go for this. Like disable Abaddon and Weaver as you go for Spectre. Really tough fights that they're going to have ahead of them.
Here we go, looking for Cuckoo. I mean, Drew's just standing on top of this one. Cuckoo will be able to knock him back with a flame break, and Drew won't be able to chase any further, so Cuckoo gets out of there. Over at the jungle though, KYXY, he's found K into the charge. They've got a good amount of control. He's going to throw out the double remnant to the side. Nuts is already there, starting to slow him. As K, he's used both of them for that initial jump, so he hasn't got any other to throw out, and then a further attempt to escape. K goes down, over the wards underneath the tower. They're charging in onto Raven. Pops the tricks the trade, but he's been dusted. They've got the vision upon him. Sliding forward, Alacrity gets him with the Remnant. It's 3 dead on GEEK Fam, as they are really starting to crumble here in this game too. It looked like a solid showing for them in game 1, and maybe more so to just go back to the fact that maybe really was just on the fact that the draft was that good. Here in this game, we're just seeing GEEK Fam get outplayed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to put it all on Cuckoo, but when you have a lane like Earthshaker Batrider and you give up 2 kills to a passive Spectre or Batten, your game is going to just be difficult. Like, the lane that's supposed to be doing aggressive and having a good start is now just not in the game almost at all. Like, Cuckoo, look at his net worth. He's below KYXY, and this is a Spirit Breaker. This hero doesn't farm. This hero just fights. Batrider's all about getting the farm in a more successful lane, and Cuckoo getting chased again. Could be in trouble once more. And KYXY already TPing out. Cuckoo's trying to blink away, but Alacrity has this haste rune. Doesn't want to chase any further though. It's a little too deep for him, for his liking. Cuckoo will be able to get away. We're seeing Drew, Spectre, the diffuser played. It's just one camp of creeps away, and he's going to have that out and done. Gonna make their fight much stronger too. Now playing these backline heroes, playing Grimstroke, playing Earthshaker, even playing, I mean, Batrider, when you're this underfarmed, you're pretty much a support anyway. These 3 heroes are just gonna get eviscerated by Drew in every single one of the occasions. And they have other ways to pierce the backline too, with the Void Spirit and the Spirit Breaker, so I don't see fights getting much easier at all for GEEK Fam, as their supports are going to get collapsed upon every single time. GEEK Fam trying to make something happen with this smoke. See what they can do around mid already. Alacrity, he's setting up onto this Ember Spirit. The rest of GEEK Fam's going to come in for the fight soon. The hole comes out straight away into the midst of it. They do manage to soulbind both Nuts and Drew together, holding them back for now. But already the Grimstroke goes down. Cuckoo attempts for the lasso onto Hustler, but there just isn't any damage. Hustler doesn't care about being lassoed at all. Cuckoo has to TP out. It's only down to K and Raven to try and get away, but K's lost all his mana. No ability to jump over to the Remnant. As again, Reality Rift just reacting to any sort of attempt from GEEK Fam to fight and just showcasing the lead that they have. This Spectre Drew can just go in and they can't deal with the GEEK Fam. No, I don't think that they're ever going to kill Drew again in this game. I think there's just so many different ways that they can reset him, and I think GEEK Fam's actually lucky to have only lost that few heroes there. I think they could have very well just gotten like 5-for-1 wiped. As the Spectre just continues to get stronger, and they just, like we said, it's a Spectre with such a big lead, and he has just such good backup behind him. Nuts even going for an item that was changed, that we never see, but he's got a Holy Locket, and it's all about just buffing up Spectre, so Spectre can do Spectre things, and they don't have the damage to deal with this hero unless he's isolated. Battle Fury is complete. So you can hear Raven telling the team right now, I've got this, just try and keep it going, let me farm up and catch back up to this Spectre. He's like 15 minutes, guys, 15 minutes. They're actually, Raven's got a good high ground position here with the rest of the team. And it's going to jump on Alacrity. They've got the lasso into the slam. They'll be able to instantly take down the Void Spirit. Now they can turn over towards Nuts. KYXY, he's charging in. Does RR want to try and fight this despite the fact they don't have Alacrity? That's the question. KYXY commits with the charge onto Cuckoo. Soulbind about to come to an end. Raven stepping forward with the Inkswell stun onto Drew. Now turns attention over towards KYXY. Slow him down with the Fissure, blocking him off, but he's still walking away, and they don't have any further catch onto him as KYXY will live. K turns his attention over towards Nuts, but the borrowed time's pop. K got to be careful about getting silenced here. A couple more hits and he will. Raven gets him once more, straight away onto Nuts. After the borrowed time comes to an end, they kill him off. The time lapse onto Drew, takes him back up to full HP for GEEK Fam. They've already found 3. They've got the change control onto Drew. Drew's in trouble. Wow. Hustler cannot help him. GEEK Fam 5-4. Cuckoo? Will no, Cuckoo. I mean, he doesn't make it away, but I mean, GEEK Fam still cause for celebration on their side. As it's a good fight, a strong fight. Come on, but Cuckoo just went into the creep wave and just TP'd with I mean, they should have just gotten out fully there. That was literally the best possible situation for GEEK Fam. The way they danced around the fight, they kited them perfectly.
initial jump as well was fantastic with that high ground. Such a good read. It's going to buy Raven a lot of time and just crush that big lead. And then Kukugu dies, of course, you know, just the icing on top. But it's an amazing execution of a team fight there by GEEK Fam, just dancing around those saves.
No, Raven definitely knew. He feels he can carry this one, and there's definitely reason to believe it.
Yep.
Once he has this BKB done, he's going to be very, very strong. And I mean, Ara's trying to come out with the smoke because they've got that haunt back online. They want to try and catch GEEK Fam themselves. We've seen the last few times it has been GEEK Fam looking for the fights.
Yep, and Alacrity has a full Aghanims. That's what happened last fight, is he got picked off with no buyback. He had just spent all his gold, so they were missing a massive element of their fights. Now with the full Aghanims, he has a lot better fight, in particular, at least versus those elusive heroes like the Riki and the Ember. But like you said, those BKBs are going to be coming off pretty soon, so they'll have a play around the Void Spirit and Silence.
Yeah, staying right away from reality rift right now. We're seeing on Roche. Roche is going to be back up in just 8 seconds. So Roshan is going to be hot. Both teams can't let the other grab it at this stage, with the game being as close as it is.
Yep. RR, they're playing all around bottom side, maybe expecting some type of smoke movement onto Drew. They wanted to play around him so he can join in easily. Looks like GEEK Fam, they might be looking for a fight here. I think this is BKB Ember online, so now he shouldn't be as afraid versus that Void Spirit Aghanims. He can actually play a lot more aggressive, and they get a jump. KYXY, but he's shielded.
Instantly taken off still. Cuckoo's able to get in him with the Ink Swell stun. It's not long enough though. KYXY still able to walk away. They turn over towards Nuts. Trying to make a go onto the Abaddon, but he's going to have ults available, so as heavily as they commit, Nuts is going to be a slow kill on the back lines. Already Drew finds the one of them, turns over now towards K on the front. K does have the BKB as he attempts to run away. One more remnant out to the side. We'll get him out of the reach of reality rift, but still that's the BKB being used and not being able to turn and fight with that charge.
I'm trying to stall for the BKB for Raven to be finished. He's finishing up in mid right now for that BKB. He does have it done. He's going to TP bottom, and now they want to look to fight with that BKB online. Grimstroke's also up, and there's no hunt.
And they're in a Alacrity. Silence onto the 2. They know the K's not got a BKB available to pop. One more slight remnant over to the side. The Fisher from Zephyr finds a bit of safety for K, but Drew's in, slowing down K with the diffuser blade. Bash comes out. Zephyr goes for the echo on the 2 of them. K is still running, but Alacrity finds him with the Astral Step. KYXY charges across the 3 of them. Looking towards Raven, but Raven with the BKB is ready to turn up and turn it around. Looking over towards Drew. Post tricks the trades. Fisher not going to catch on to Hustlers. Hustlers up into the air. Zephyr jumps in, but he's been caught out by the remnant. The 4 of them turn upon him. Drew claims another. As that was a dieback from Zephyr, now dead for 70 seconds. In that attempt to help his teammates and turn things around, it wasn't to be the case. They only ended up getting the Abaddon.
Look at the damage coming out from the Spectre too. He's just able, like we said, it's all about Spectre. They're just resetting him and trying to heal him up every single time. Ember gets caught out a little bit far without the BKB up. And Raven, sure, he has his BKB finished, but he can't commit too hard into the fight still. Too difficult versus this Spectre. And that was without Haunt. Haunt had been used before that fight actually started in order to kill the Grimstroke off at the start. And they still weren't able to take the fight versus RR under their tower, so a little tough for GEEK Fam. They need some, it's just tough for them to execute. That's really what it comes down to, is their lineup needs some really ideal execution inside of the team fights, while Reality Rift, they literally just have to like click Haunt and charge, and theirs is a lot more obvious of what they have to do. GEEK Fam has to do like really perfect jumps. And now Roche is up.
See if they can get this. GEEK Fam are heading over. Nuts just running up to the high ground, trying to create some sort of a distraction. KYXY was going to charge in. Right over the Esports stun, catching the 2 of them. Raven's in as well with the smoke screen. That's straight away Nuts having the borrowed time prop. Drew looks over towards Whitemon. The missed coil finishing them off. They get themselves the kill on the Grimstroke. Turn over towards Hustler. Hustler able to get back with the time. That's Raven having a BKB and head back. The charge from KYXY crosses over him. Raven dodges the ult with the tricks of the trade. but he's bashed by Drew. Raven goes down. He's dead for 75. Drew turning over towards K. K pops his own BKB. Remnant out, but RR, they're going to look to chase this. K, another jump forward. Drew still wanting to go for this one. This is the final Remnant from K, and it is enough to get him back to the base. The Reality Rift, no trouble there, pushing GEEK fam away from this Roshan pit. GEEK fam were trying to put a stop to RR taking it. They do slow it down, but they just cannot win the fight.
No, and it's now Haunt is available. These are all fights that RR is walking into aggressively without Haunt. GEEK fam didn't have all their ults either available, but the fact that RR is able to just walk in and take a fight without Haunt is really telling, especially for this next moment, as we're going to see Spectre get healed up, probably pretty full by Nuts, and they're going to be ready to fight again because they have all their ults available.
And we got this Roche. No trouble at all for RR this time round without the threat of Cuckoo or Raven in the game. Cheese going the way of KYXY.
Let's watch how fast he charges now. With this new Aghanims from Spirit Breaker, he's got the 1000 movement speed charge on a 6-second cooldown. So it's a pretty strong team fight with the Aghanims now picked up. At 6 seconds, you get a 2.4 second BKB piercing charge. Can definitely do a lot of damage on KYXY, and we'll watch how and if he's able to actually set up for those. He's a beefy boy.
Gonna go for a smoke RR with the fruits of Roshan. Try and catch GEEK fam off in a position, and they found K. Okay, trying to get away, but Lacrity gonna have to yours into Remnant, pull back. There we go, Drew pops the Hawk, K away with the Abyssal on top of K. The Ember eliminated. Whitemon quickly to follow, and now Raven, he's got to try and run. He's going to head over to the side. They got the dagger up in time onto him, and KYXY in with the charge, catching the two of them. Raven still trying to hide with the BKB, but they'll find him in the trees, finding the third, and now towards Cuckoo. He'll turn with the Yules. He's trying his best to run, but Drew's hot on the chase, slows him down with the Diffusal Blade. Reality Rift will get the full fourth, and triple kill for Drew. As now into the base they are. The top lane close enough to remove that backdoor protection. So it doesn't matter about the status of the lane here in mid or bottom. They can take these tier 3s, go for the racks.
Glyph used, but they still have the wave top. They even have a catapult that KYXY saved in that top lane with the charge, hitting all 3 of the lanes. Mid can't really get hit yet because that's tier 2, but he clears the creep wave, continuing to push. They still have some time, 30 seconds still Raven. 14k gold lead with the Spectre, with an Aegis on the high ground. RR looking to clean this one up.
This bottom racks at least for sure. 10 seconds until Raven's in. The question is if they can try and catch on the retreat. Still have to go through Drew the 2 times. 3 times if you have the time lapse in as well.
Maybe even 4 times because it's a 16-second cooldown. So.
Yeah.
And he's got the blink as well on the Weaver too. Hustler, he took the space. I mean, he's very fun. He's got exactly what he needs. Hey, shows mid.
He does. Straight away. They just stun him up. All right. He has got buyback, but losing his life like that just makes things so much harder for GEEK fam to try and formulate a defense against RR. Dying underneath the tier 2 outside of the high ground.
And look at this, they even dominate a creep and they just start scouting. They just send this dominated melee creep who's on fire. Look at that fire effect under him, just to scout into the back lines. He will die to tier 4s.
GEEK fam, they're looking for the long wraparound. They've got the smoke, they're trying to get to the back lines of RR, trying to find Hustler's Weaver. They're going to be able to get it. Zephyr jumps forward with the Echo Sound. They're trying to burst down the Weaver first. Will they be able to do it? They will. They take down Hustler with the horn from Drew's coming to play. Raven pots the BKB, but he's already backing off from this. He knows how hard it is to fight into this as Drew has the control onto Zephyr. The Shaker is dead. They attempted their best there, GEEK fam, to try and get him from the back. but at this point, it's just too late, it seems. They're down 18k. Okay, Remnancy forward aggressively. Point the BKB has the H12 buff, but it's going to be able to stun Drew. Cuckoo at the side, finds the grab onto KYXY. Raven has got the damage to kill him. No, because there's the save. Hustler taking KYXY back to safety. Immediately KYXY goes straight back in with the charge. Hustler has been silenced. They have managed to kill the Weaver. That was a dieback on Hustler. Can they get any more though? Raven falling low. One more hit will do it. Drew jumps across with the Bristle. Raven is dead. 80 seconds, no buyback on this Ricky as our Archibus pushing down mid, taking the tier 3. Looking for the racks as well. Drew now with a full butterfly being shipped over. He still has that Aegis. KYXY over to Warden K.
Drew.
But Cuckoo's trying to poke. Bringing him low, they'll get him the once. That ain't just probably about to go anyway, so Drew doesn't care too much about it. Can they do it a second time? Get in on top of him, or at least Cuckoo tries. Soulbind out, linking both Alacrity and KYXY together. Drew, meanwhile, just goes straight for Whitemon. Takes him out, Abyssal over onto Cuckoo, double kill for Drew, and almost certainly going to be even more here as they look towards Zephyr. Zephyr pulled back, a triple kill for the Spectre. Drew, no mercy this game, 16-2-16 this match as his Spectre. May not have been able to make the magic happen in game 1 as the anti-mage, but this game 2 performance, Drew able to be as strong as ever on this carry.
Yeah, they picked up they picked a lineup that just fully works around the Spectre super nicely. So many ways to get into backlines, ways to back him up, heal him, reset him, and just playing aggressive. So they can, the 4 of the heroes that they have can play super aggressive around when Haunt's is on cooldown, and then when Haunt's up, see how strong they are, and Raven just gets eviscerated. And GG.
It is certainly called hit. Azara, as I say, swinging the series background, getting the 1-1 this second game win. And looking pretty good whilst doing it. It was definitely a bit of something a little different as we saw this sort of the Helmet Dom into Ag, Spirit Breaker from K.
here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, I can help you out, I can help you out, I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 I can help you out.
I'm a member of American Home Shield, which means this faucet may be freaking out.
Okay.